Waste the World of Sports crew, ahoy! How's everybody doing? Welcome along to Magic Round. It has officially begun. Well, as soon as the game kicks off, it will have officially begun. But yes, Magic Round, of course, for those who are unaware, all the games here at Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. So, looking forward to that one. And it all kicks off with my Cronulla Sharks versus the Canterbury Bulldogs. Two teams who are in absolute dire straits at the moment, right? We'll talk more about that momentarily. Game of Mel, ahoy! Have you got any 174,000 legs multis on this round? Look forward to hearing about that. Cheers. Channel members in bright and early, you love to see it. Waste the World of Sports channel membership, of course, on the YouTube. Ah, yes, the link to the songs on Discord. I just closed Discord down for the evening. Yeah, I'll set a reminder for myself somewhere. Too easy, ahoy, mate. I hope the Bulldogs win. Yeah, so let's talk about this game. Two teams who are in absolute dire straits at the moment. Both teams need victory to get their season back on track, or at least some sort of appearance of back on track. Two teams that have been horribly disappointing to start the year for various reasons. The Sharks, it looks like it's a commitment thing for the Sharks. They're up 1 week. I mean, 1 week they're belting teams by 50. The next week they're losing by just the same margin. So, very hard team to get a read on. Stephen Peake, ahoy, mate. Sharks by 13 plus. Jesse Ramien, 2+ tries. That right there is a couple of things. That's a lot of faith in the Sharks and an extreme amount of faith in Jesse Ramien, who has had, let's be honest about Jesse Ramien, he has had an absolute disaster of a season. The man, 1-1-1-3-0, 32-36, Bulldogs win. That's the prediction there from the man. Caden Murphy, ahoy, mate. Bollywood Legacy, you love both teams, but come on, doggies. Amateur H-Man says, let the Magic Round commence. Yes, indeed. We're all excited for this one. Magic Round. Not that I needed one, but more of a reason to party. I'll tell you what, though, having all the teams, all the players, all the podcasts, all the pundits here in my town, it is pretty tempting to go out and about and lurk later on, see who I can possibly run into. And who knows what I could line up. I wonder if I could manage to drag somebody back to the studio. Just go out. Imagine that. You're out at the pub and you bump into Willie Mason. And you're like, hey, Big Willie, do you want to come back to the studio and shoot a video? Oh, no. And he looks at you weird and you go, no, mate, no. Not that sort of studio, not that sort of video. I assure you, it's all above the board. Game of Mel, yes, I asked you about bets. I said, do you have any, like, ridiculously large legs over the course of this weekend? Hamish McClellan, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. I've got a pretty outrageous bet on this one. 4 legs. 4 legs in itself is not outrageous. But it's the players that I've picked. I was in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't put too much thought into it, I've got to be honest. That's no excuse, though. I just wanted to have something up, ready to go. Oh, a bit of a disappointing turnout there. This is always the problem with Magic Round, right? I don't know how they sell it. I didn't even look at tickets, first and foremost. Didn't even look at tickets to know how the ticket system works. But this is always the problem with Magic Round, right? I think you buy a ticket for a day. So people who bought tickets, they bought tickets for this game and the next one, because we've got the Rabbitohs and the Dolphins coming up next. Now, presumably, being at Suncorp Stadium, most people would have bought tickets for the Dolphins, say. They haven't showed up early, and they don't have to, by the way. This is not a crack at the fans. It's a crack at the whole concept, really, when it comes down to it. most will be Dolphins supporters there tonight, you would have to think. And hence why there's a very, quarter full stadium for the early game here for the Sharks and the Bulldogs. And it's going to be a great game. Just as Defunk highlights, both these games will be fire. Well, it should be. Unless we've just gone and put the knockers on it. Harley Waban, ahoy, mates. Go the Sharkies, up the Sharks. Finn's up as well, so... Yes, going for the Sharks and the well, he said Finns F. We're not pinching the Fins up thing, are we? For the Sharks. So I just want to double check before we get too far into things here. TikTok, audio, all good. When my lips are moving, the voice is coming out. It's not a little bit laggy. Bottle, dung, weck, ahoy, mate. Galvin, Eero, and Mulitalo in his anytime try scorers list. Emmanuel walks with you, ahoy. Sharks and then Rabbitohs. The next game, for mine, really, really difficult to pick because the Rabbitohs showed good form last week, but they were only playing the Sharks. I say that respectfully to my own team. They're coming up against the Dolphins, who are really, really locked in at the moment and in a red-hot piece of form. Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards the Dolphins in that one. Game ML, you've got two bets with 233 and 234 legs. Now, can I ask another big question, Game ML? As the Bulldogs run out onto the park, the away team here, away team for this game, and in need of a big performance. Now, the other thing that I wanted to ask is, do you just take those off the feed, if you know what I mean? Do you just take pre-existing options and lump them together into one big multi, or do you actually sit down and pick out 230 different things? So, one's voided in each, so not sure if they count, but if they do, you only need Kale, Eero, Crichton, or Preston to score. What you'll find in most cases with such a big amount of legs, they generally play them through. As the Sharks come out onto the field now. Here we go. Now I've tipped the Sharks. I've tipped the Sharks with zero confidence, but they are my team. I do have to back them. They've been up and down this season, so the form book suggests that this week they'll be up. They had such a shocker against the Rabbitohs. I mean, it was so bad that suggests they'll be up this week. Youngie, ahoy, mate. You got the Doggies and the Rabbitohs 1-12. Mookie, 83, ahoy, buddy. Moments away from kickoff in this one. Robert Peters, ahoy, mate. And it is the Bulldogs who will be getting us underway. It looks like they're running left to right. Bulldogs, Sharks, referee blows the whistle for the first half. And it is the Sharks running right to left. The kickoff comes down this near side for Trindall. And the first hit up by Toby Rudolph. There's a player who's in need of a big game. Well, they all are, really, the Sharks. Somebody needs to step up and take this game by the scruff of the neck. Who will it be for the Sharkies? Who will it be for the Bulldogs? Stephen Crichton, perhaps. On the brink of origin selection. Chris Bradley, ahoy, mate. Fifth and last for the Sharks. They navigate their first set. Trindall kicks from inside the 40. And it's taken by Connor Tracy. Down in his own red zone, he brings it out. And back into midfield where he's met by the Sharks kick chasers. And the Bulldogs start the set 30 out from their own line. Jonathan Stewart with the hit up. Who won the Origin yesterday? Asked Robert Peters. I didn't watch it, but I think New South Wales won as Connor Tracy steps up the middle. Connor Tracy's former club, of course, He would love nothing more than a try against the Sharks. Fifth and last, kick goes downfield. And it's a take for Stone Street under early pressure. Great kick chase by the Bulldogs. The Sharks pinned down. Stuck inside their own red zone. Jason Calloway says, who do you think is going to win? I really, really hope for the Sharks, of course. But we'll see. Big Pelican, ahoy, mate. XJC, ahoy, buddy. Fifth and last for the Sharkies here, just short of halfway. And Trindle gets the kick downfield. And again, they don't find the grass. Sewer backs up and takes it on the full. And Jonathan Sewer will wind up. He's met hard by the Sharks kick chase. They've kept him inside the 20 for the time being. But yes, again, failing to find grass with the kicks. And that's been a problem for the Sharks this season as well. The kicks, fifth tackle options. The Bulldogs now up to the 30. Connor Tracy takes a hit up. Kalen says up the Dogs. They're up quickly here on Galvin. And Galvin's held up fifth and last for the Bulldogs, 10 short of halfway. Back it goes for Burton. Oh, I thought we were going to see our first Birdo special, but no. A regulation kick down into the corner for Kennedy, who can't get away from the kick chase of Preston. Jacob Preston flying downfield. And the Sharks on the edge of their 20. I'll tell you what, the turf is already starting to get chewed up. Just us. How is the field? Oh, what's the ground like? Us, Dave. And Loudy Moudy says grassy. Straight up the middle goes Jesse Ramien. Breaking a couple of tackles. So maybe Jesse is in for a good game. Blayke out the back for Hynes. Turns it inside for Nicola, who's very tentative going into contact. But yeah, the ground's already starting to get chopped up. Just outside the 20-metre line, up the middles. The high ball goes up for Tracy. It's claimed by Kennedy. Flicks it out the back, looking for Trindle. The Bulldogs bat it down, and Trindle dives on it in the end goal to score. Will Kennedy wins the battle for the high ball. Looks to pass around the corner to Trindle. Bulldogs bat the ball backwards. It sits up in the end goal. That's the first try of the night. Tricky Trindle. 4-0 kick to come. Hynes put it on a dime. Mulitalo was probably taken out of the kick chase there as well. Great work there for the Sharks to start. Hey, did Trindle pop up on the screen there? Or have I got him covered up? No, it didn't come up. That's all right. Braden Trindle with the first try. And we're 5 minutes gone. The Sharks are up 4 points to 0. Spinner Shark Pock. Ahoy, mate. From right beside the post, Nico Hynes converts. And it's 6 points to 0. The Sharks. A great start for them. Stay hunky. Ahoy, mate. Hynes converts. 6 points to 0. What a start. Amateur H-Man says, those are some very nice jerseys the Sharks have. Back underway, the kickoff to the in-goal. Trindle, the try scorer, takes it and gives it to Toby Rudolph for the first hit up. And it's a good carry from Rudolph, still inside the 20. but it was a good charge back with intent. Amateur H-Man, cheers made for the Heart Me over there on TikTok as the Sharks bring it out of their red zone. A great start to the game for them. Should give them confidence. Jay Leishman, ahoy, mate. Ahoy from PNG. Sharks to win. As now a good carry from Nico Hynes taking the line on. Just short of halfway. Fifth and last. Trindle. 46 metres off that set as Trindle puts the high ball up. Taken by Tracy on the full. And he stays down that left edge. Tracy met by Jesse Ramien. And the Bulldogs go again. Yes, who have we got there? Nate. Is it Nat? Or Netza? Natza? Welcome along anyways from PNG. Sharks to win. Big carry from Leo Thompson, but he runs into a brick wall named Blayke. Blayke, of course, playing for an origin spot. Jared Hanlon, ahoy, mate. Watching from New Zealand. Fifth and last, only 28 metres off the set from the Bulldogs. Berto from inside the 40. And the Sharks let it bounce. It sort of bounces back towards the Bulldogs line, but well picked up by Stone Street. Eventually, he attacked the ball. Aussie John, ahoy, mate. 10 short of halfway here for the Sharks. Mulitalo returning tonight. And Stone Street has shifted over to the other edge. There's still no Sione Katoa. Stone Street shifts wings to allow for Mulitalo back into the squad. 2 tackles left here for the Sharks. Colquhoun angles back into the play the ball area. Fifth and last. 25 out down the short side. Hynes puts the high ball up again. This is how they got the last try. Connor Tracy takes it this time. Bulldogs have it still inside their own 20. They're under the pump. The Dogs are struggling to make meters. They only got 29 off the last set of 6. Burton fires a long ball across the face to Crichton. And Stephen Crichton, halfway through the set, 30 metres out. This is better from Hayward. Out of dummy half. Feeds it to Salmon, who's taken down 35 out from their own line, still on play 4. Burton to the line. The short ball to Preston is spilt, and the Sharks will get it. Knocked on by Preston. Oh, the Bulldogs are an absolute rabble at the moment. Burton goes short to Preston, who wasn't expecting it. Frustration for the Dogs, but the Sharks will get the scrum here, 40 metres out from the line. They can go on the attack again, just to the right of the posts. They're stacked up on the left-hand side, but they go down the right edge instead. Puru from the back of the scrum tries to catch them napping. The Bulldogs are wise to it, though. Ramien back into midfield. Taking a ground 20 metres out, right in front of the sticks. For Blayke on the burst. Turns into contact, looks to feed it back. 15 metres out from the line, halfway through the set. Puru comes left for Hynes, inside for Rudolph. And Toby Rudolph, 10 metres out now. Scrappy play the ball, they get away with it. Hynes goes out the back for Trindle. A floater over the top for Mulitalo. Welcome back, Ronaldo. Mulitalo in the corner. Welcome back to the NRL, my friend. And he's immediately on the try scorer sheet and gives us a tick off our multi. Tickety tick number 1. And the Sharks are up 10-0. And this is looking very ominous for the Dogs. Beautiful shape out to the right. Trindle looks to go short to Ramien, and that gets Jonathan Sewer to jam in off the wing. And in one motion, floats it over the top to Mulitalo in open space. Well summed up there by Trindle. Beautiful execution. And Mulitalo gets tick number 1 off our multi. $10 points to 0 with the kick to come. Wyatt Good says dogs are getting flogged. Aaron, ahoy, mate. Day was very good. I've been so excited here for Magic Round. Nico Hynes from the sideline. Can he convert? Adam Rice says, you'll be glad to know Scotty Scheffler has the lead. Oh, wait just a minute. What's happening here? Oh. Okay, the try is all good. They're reviewing contact to the face. Could we see a potential 8-point try here? Connor Tracy, as he's coming across in cover defense here, has whacked Mulitalo across the face with the left hand. The left arm of Tracy has gone boom, right on the schnoz of Mulitalo. And that's what they're looking at here. They're looking at potential foul play after the try has been scored. Potential 8-point try against the Bulldogs. The unvaxxed champ. No, it was the Sharks who scored. Connor Tracy's gone on report. Connor Tracy on report. It's going to be an 8-point try, potential 8-point try here for the Sharks. Nico Hynes with the first conversion from bang on the sideline. Wow. This will be huge if he can kick this, because he's either way, he's going to get a penalty right out in front for that contact after the try. Hynes moves in. Nico pushes it across the face. So he's missed it. They'll come back in front of the post. Penalty to the Sharks for the contact after the try. And Nico will surely kick this one. 10 meters out, right in front. Connor Tracy with high contact on Mulitalo after he had scored the try. A potential 8-point try. Has gone begging because Hynes missed the conversion, but he'll put this one over from right in front. Nico pops it over. Hynes with the penalty goal. And it is 12 points to 10 for the Sharks. Welcome back, Ronaldo Mulitalo. What a start for the Sharks. We talked about it, didn't we? The Sharks, they're up 1 week, they're down the next. Problem for the Sharks is they're up 1 half, could be down the next. Oh, now in fairness, it didn't look like there was all that much in it, but Mulitalo gushing out blood. Bulldogs with the restart. Again, they bring it down to the left corner for Trindle, who feeds Rudolph. Oh, and now we've got a penalty for high contact from the kickoff. Oh, the Sharks are pumped up. The Bulldogs' discipline has left Suncorp Stadium. And they've got to reel this in. Quick smart, the Bulldogs, or it could be a very long old afternoon. High contact there from Leo Thompson. Freddie, ahoy there, mate. And unknown. All you need is Nicola and Preston. I love it. I love it. The 2 second rowers as the Sharks find touch 10 short of halfway. Full of running here, the Sharkies. Full of confidence, but they're being helped out with a lot of ill discipline from the Bulldogs. Back down this near edge for Noah Blayke. Takes it into the Bulldogs half on play 3. Puru fires it over into midfield. Hynes goes out the back for Kennedy, who turns it inside for Nikora. Easy read there for Preston in defence. 2 tackles left here for the Sharks and a good run from Rudolph. He's having one of his better games tonight so far, Toby Rudolph. 5th and last. Trindle puts the crossfield kick in. It's going to land about 10 metres out. Taken by Mulitalo. Pops it back for Ramien. Ramien's close to the sideline. Throws it back in field. But he's been taken over into touch. The flag is up. And it'll be a handover for the Bulldogs. Robert Peters says these missed kicks can do damage to you as he missed the first one. In fairness, that was from bang on the sideline. It was a tough kick. In total fairness, as Stephen Crichton takes it into the line. 20 out, their own end of the field. Short side plays on here, but Tupanua goes into contact. 10 short of halfway. 3 tackles left. Max King sets it up back in midfield for the Bulldogs. Still 10 short of the halfway line. Salmon for Burton. They shift left. Galvin goes short for Sherry. Great legs tackle by Ramien. Oh, Jesse Ramien, I tell you what, I talked him down in the lead up to the game. 5th and last, and they've almost sacked Galvin. He gets away from the tackle and puts the kick up. It's then lost forward by the Bulldogs in the air. And Mulitalo comes away with it, or yes, it is Mulitalo for the Sharks. Staunchy, ahoy, mate. Teague Wilton is indeed on the field, I believe. Haven't seen a whole lot of him. Well, there he is. There he is right now, taking a hit up. Of course, as soon as I say I haven't really seen him, he immediately takes the hit up. Sharks halfway through the set, 10 short of halfway. Not 10 short anymore. Blayke with the post-contact meters. Into the Bulldogs half they go. Short ball from Colquhoun to Rudolph. Keeps it alive for Hynes, who supports out the back. Blayke goes again. He was just tackled. And now he carries 40 metres out in midfield from the line. 5th and last, Trindle again. Kicks down Mulitalo's edge. A high ball. 10 metres out from the line. Pressure on Sewer. He misses it completely in the air, I think, Jonathan Sewer. And it bounces into touch. We'll look and see. It might be Bulldogs' ball, this one. But Mulitalo having words there with Sewer, letting him know about it. Well, the Sharks are challenging. The Sharks are challenging. The ball's been given to the Bulldogs. I've got to say, at first watch, I thought Jonathan Sewer missed it completely. But the Sharks are hoping that there's a touch here from Sewer. Captain's challenge. It is touched by Jonathan Sewer. What a captain's challenge here from the Sharks. And the ball goes forward into touch of Jonathan Sewer. Challenge successful. The Sharks will get the ball 15 metres out from the line in midfield. That's a huge moment, potentially. Hynes turns it inside for Nicola, a familiar sight. 10 metres out from the line here. Nicola plays it. Puru goes short for Rudolph on the burst. A metre out from the line here, just to the right of the post. Big pressure on the Bulldogs. Blayke on the crash ball. 2 standing to start there, 2 flat-footed. Set restart, though. Hynes to Nicola, angling back in on that 45 degree. How often do we see that? Colquhoun dummies. And he's chopped down 5 metres out in front of the posts. Still 4 tackles left. Trindle to Kennedy. Numbers to burn here. Kennedy dummies and does it on his own. They had a 3-on-1. Will Kennedy with the dummy steps back in field and slices through. Oh, the Sharks are on fire. Fitzy obviously put the rocket well and truly up him after that display against the Rabbitohs. Will Kennedy scores. 16 points to nil. Kick to come. Stephen Crichton jams in. They had a 3-on-1. Anari Tuala had no chance. Stephen Crichton had no faith, 0 faith on his inside man. His inside man, coincidentally, was Lockie Galvin. We saw last week Stephen Crichton blowing up at Galvin on a defensive read, and that is what this is. That has created this. Stephen Crichton had no confidence with Galvin inside. Forced him to come in. And that allowed a 3-on-1 for the Sharks out to the left. Yeah, I want to do a video highlighting that. I need to timestamp this because that moment last week where we saw Stephen Crichton blowing up at Galvin, that has a lot to do with what we just saw there, that Sharks try. Nico Hynes, 5 in from touch, puts this one down the middle. 18 points to 0. The Sharks. What a game it has been so far for them. Will Kennedy goes on his own. Yeah, there's a very perfect shot there of Stephen Crichton. He knows that's on him. He knows that's on him. Burton with the restart. Down to Trindle, and Trindle will have Rudolph, no doubt. Toby Rudolph from the back fence. 18 points to 0. The Sharks in the lead. Stone Street. Mason, B-A-G-A, Mason Bagger. William Kennedy will never disappoint. Ayla, is it Ayla Venel? Ayla Venel, Cronulla versus the clock. It feels a bit that way at the moment. 46 metres off that set. Trindle from halfway puts the high ball up, and the Bulldogs will get some possession. Connor Tracy has it, and he's caught inside the 20 on the kick chase, led by Britton Nickera, who's also fighting for an Origin jersey. Been a little bit out of form in recent weeks, though, Nickera, not having the same impact since coming back from injury. You see that sometimes, though, don't you? Your player comes back from injury. Sometimes it can take some time for them to build up and have the same impact that they had before the injury. Good carry here from Salmon, up to halfway and beyond he goes. Oh, no, not quite beyond. Thompson does go beyond, though. Big carry. 40 metres out from the Sharks line. They've got a set restart here, the Bulldogs. Galvin for Burton. Turns it inside for Preston. And that's halfway through this new set. 35 out. This is their chance, the Bulldogs. They've not been down this end of the field. Tupanua almost slices through. What a tackle from Trindle. 25 metres out from the line now. Salmon left for Burton, who kicks early here on play 4. Mulitalo scrambles back, and Preston's right on his tail. Mulitalo takes it dead. Goal line dropout. So there we go. A little bit of promise from the Bulldogs. They've not had the ball down this end of the field. That was their first opportunity, and they're forced to set restart, or a repeat set potentially. Trindle goes short with the restart. It breaks the plane of the 10, and it's taken by Stephen Crichton. Bulldogs in possession. Oh, the short kickoff, the short restart. King, 10 metres out. Hayward sends it to the left side. Double pump and eventually a dummy from Galvin. And he's put on his back 5 metres out. Hayward brings it back into midfield. Salmon tries to put the step on Fonua Blayke, but AFB goes with him. Stands and plays the ball. 10 metres out from the line. Tupanua bends the line. And Wilton holds on for dear life. Brings him down a metre out on the 5th and last. Galvin wants it left. Here's Burton. Cuts out everybody, Burton. And it's picked up around the ankles by Sewer, who's bumped into touch. And the execution nowhere near what was required. Sharks defence holds firm. Burton with the poor pass. And Mulitalo manhandling. It's Jesse Ramien manhandling Jonathan Sewer. Fat Bloke 48. Ahoy, mate. Do you remember the old Sharks kit that ET and Matt Rogers wore? Do you not think it looks like that kit? Yes. Yes, indeed. The Sharks had a very, very good-looking Heritage Round jersey, which was a nod to the old days. And, yeah, they've chimed in again here for Magic Round. Love the old Sharks jerseys. Love a lot of the retro jerseys, though, to be fair. Hynes down the short side from Ramien, who flicks it back for Hynes. We've got Mulitalo wrapping around the back and coming back in field into Bulldogs territory. 2 tackles left for Noah Blayke. The short ball for Rudolph right on the defensive line. 51 metres off that set for the Sharks. They're 40 out from the line. Trendle puts it high. This is a contestable kick. Batted back by Stone Street, but into touch. Stone Street bats it back in. It's gone into touch. Stone Street. Oh, he's missed it completely, Stone Street. Sam Stone Street has missed the ball in the air completely. It bounces off the leg of Connor Tracy and into touch. And the Bulldogs just can't win a trick at the moment. The Sharks will go back on the attack. 17 minutes left in the opening half. Everything coming up Millhouse for the Sharks. From dummy half, Puru goes on his own. Fights his way to the line, Puru, and puts it down. It's a try for Hohepa Puru. The Sharks can do no bloody wrong here. Puru scores from dummy half. 22 points to 0 with the kick to come. Captain Redbeard, ahoy, mate. It really is Sharks versus the clock at the moment. The clock slightly ahead for the time being, but conversion to come. Hohepa Puru, who had him in the multi? Anybody? From dummy half, 1, 2, 3 Bulldogs defenders there. There's a 4th turning up on screen. They all stand back and watch until it's too late. Leo Thompson. As the tries confirmed, Hohepa Puru. Not enough effort there from the Bulldogs' goal line defense. Six, 7 GTA, ahoy mate. Why didn't Talakai start for the Sharks? Probably because Jesse Ramien's back. So they don't need him to fill in at the centres anymore. And if he's not starting in the centres, then he is the perfect bench option. Because he can fill in at the centres or he can come on as an extra forward. 5 metres to the left of the post here for Nicholas Hynes. Slots the conversion right down the middle. The Sharks lead 24 points to 0. Tries for Trindle, Mulitalo, Kennedy, and Puru. And Craig Fitzgibbon, he can't hold back. I see a small tear in his eye as he smiles from the coach's box. Don't get overexcited, Fitzy. There's still a whole half of footy to go. And we know what can happen to the Sharks with big leads in second halves. They can capitulate. It's been a fantastic start, though. Austin's live, ahoy, mates. Fat Bloke 48, Hero for the Sharks. Is that Kevin or Tony's lad? Tony's, I think. I don't know that with 100% confidence. Sharks now from the restart. Full of confidence and full of running. Bring it outside their own 20. Colquhoun plays it. Wilton bumps off the first tackle. He's brought down 30 metres out, put on his back. Dominant tackle from the Bulldogs. Noah Blayke in midfield. It's been a huge opening stint for Noah Blayke. As we got time off, back to the mark and play it. Big Ben. 5th and last. Only 33 metres off that set. Better defensively from the Bulldogs. The kick taken by Sewer, who gives it to Tracy, who in turn feeds it infield for Tuala. And the Bulldogs will start the set 30 out from their own line. This is their best field position in a long, long time. Youngie says if the Bulldogs lose, you've got to ask questions around Gus. He got Galvin in and they're not winning. Yeah, in fairness, though, Galvin is not the problem, in my opinion. Primrose, thank you very much for the rose on TikTok. Much appreciated. Cheers. Fifth and last Bulldogs, 34 metres gained. Galvin from 40 out, puts it high. Down this near edge, Eero runs an escort, but Stone Street takes it. The Sharks back in possession. Ollie, ahoy, mate. Ollie is the best. Odd Poppet, ahoy. Scrappy play. Oh, Scrappy play the ball, yes. From Eero. The Sharks, the momentum is still there with them, but the intensity has just dropped off a little bit. 10 short of halfway on play 4. Colquhoun, the only runner down that right edge, takes it up to halfway. That's the fifth and last. They go short side for Hynes, puts the high ball up. Hazelton's on the field. He's leading the chase. Tracy takes it. Eyes off Hazelton, but comes back in field for Wilton and crunched. Teague Wilton. Connor Tracy, what was he thinking? Big defense now, driving the Bulldogs back inside their own 20. Tuala with nowhere to go. Stephen Crichton bends the line. His best carry of the night. Play 3. As Tupanua bobbles the ball. Does well to hold on. Oh, that's all they needed now, the Bulldogs. Kurt Mann's on the field. He dummies left. Taken down on the fifth and last on halfway. Back for Burton to put the high ball up. It's a high looping bomb. Kennedy's under it. Loses it forward. And the Bulldogs have got a result. A Matt Burton special. And Will Kennedy could not contain it. "12 minutes in this opening half. Could this be the turning point?" Oh, Kennedy's unfortunately run into the knee of Bronson Xerri chasing through. Unfortunate contact. $24-0. 11.5 in this opening 40. This, the Bulldogs' best opportunity. Tuala, they went out to him too early. And he's taken a ground by Trindle. For some reason, Trindle's out here. Back into midfield now for Mann. Dances around in midfield. One-on-one steal attempt from Puru. He can't bring it out. 10 metres out. Hayward to Thompson. Very flat-footed there, Big Leo. 5 metres out now. Still in midfield. Halfway through the set. Angling back in as Tupanua on the burst. Great defence there from Hazelton. 2 tackles left for the Bulldogs. They haven't really offered anything at the moment. Galvin goes short for Preston. A very familiar sight. And Jakey Preston breaks through. The Bulldogs are on the board. Preston with the try. It's another tick off the multi. 24-4. The Bulldogs hit back. Preston gives us tick number 2. All right. I only need Bronson Xerri and Kale Eero now. So there we go. Some positive signs from the Bulldogs. Their first real venture down into the Sharks 20 on attack. And they've come away with points. Crucial points on the brink of halftime. Very kickable. Stay hunky. It's right under the posts. I would put this one over. Let's put it that way. Preston bobbled it. He bobbled it. He did his best to drop it. King Glocks saying that play only works out 5% of the time, and this was one of those 5%ers. But yes, he bobbled the ball, Preston, nearly spilt it. Stephen Crichton from right in front. The easiest of easy conversions. Makes it 24 points to 6. A critical try for the Bulldogs here in the first half. Mr. Ed's dead, ahoy! A little bobble of the ball there from Preston. But how often do you see it? Lockie Galvin going left. The short ball for Preston. Oh, Matty Burton loves it. That was a very aggressive high five. I think he just broke Galvin's wrist. Rabbitohs Dolphins coming up after this one. Big game. Big game. I'm leaning towards the Dolphins at home. Back underway. Burton takes the kickoff. And Leo Thompson from the back fence runs into Hazelton and Colquhoun, who drive him backwards. That was huge contact. Renee Abanto. Ahoy there. Welcome along. You're on a cruise ship right now. And this is the only way that you can watch the game. Well, welcome along, Renee. And yes, enjoy your cruise as the Bulldogs cough the ball up in the play the ball. Right off the back of points, Jonathan Sewer. They're going to captain's challenge here, the Bulldogs. This is huge. Oh, I can't stress just how big a moment this is. The Bulldogs off the back of points, knock the ball on, 20 out from their own line, immediately launch a captain's challenge. Jonathan Sewer does not look too confident about this. Let's see. There's no hands on it. Wow. He plants the ball on the foot of Colquhoun. From that angle, Jonathan Sewer has reached out and purposely put the ball on the foot of Jesse Colquhoun. There's no action. They've burnt their captain's challenge. The mistake stands, and the Sharks will go on the attack. Oh, that was a poor captain's challenge. The scrum will go down to the Sharks, 10 metres out, right in front of the posts. About 20 metres out. The Bulldogs have just burnt their challenge. Oh, that was huge. That was huge. If the Sharks come away with points here, it effectively nullifies the try as Iro takes the line on. Beats Galvin, but he's brought down by Stephen Crichton over on this left edge, 10 metres out. Puru goes back infield for Colquhoun, who's got Hazelton. Driven back by Kurt Mann. Big tackle. Set restart for the Sharks, though. Hynes heads across field. Turns it inside for Blayke. 5 metres out, right in front of the posts. The Sharks, 4 tackles left. Colquhoun, he goes close. A metre out. Puru looks to Grubber. It's off Leo Thompson and back to Puru. 6 more tackles for the Sharks. Hynes to Trindle. They're up quickly on him. He feeds it to Wilton. Very flat pass. Teague Wilton dances around in midfield before he straightens. And he's brought to ground 10 metres out, right in front of the post. Ain Stainton, ahoy, mate. From Thailand. Very nice. Hynes angles back in. Steps his way through one. Beats a second. And Nico scores. Oh, Nico's having a great game. Takes the line on here from 10 out. Steps back inside the weak shoulder of one Bulldog defender. And he easily skips around the player at the back. I can only assume it was Connor Tracy. And he plants it down. Nicholas Hynes. Yes, he bumps off Connor Tracy on the last line. I mean, he didn't swerve around him. He bumped him off. He ran over the top of him. Beats Bailey Haywood. And runs over the top of Tracy. 28 points to 6, the kick to come. Nico Hynes stepping up when he needs to. Oh, it's Kurt Mann. He put the ankle breaker on Kurt Mann, beats the tackle of Bailey Haywood, and boom, straight over the top of Connor Tracy. Really, really poor attempted tackle by Connor Tracy. Nico Hynes, he was set up to angle out to the right edge, but he steps off that right foot. And Kurt Mann couldn't go with him. What a try. Oh, Cameron McInnes, you got to feel bad for him. The look on the Bulldogs coach right now. That is a very frustrated man. .28-6 kick to come. Hynes, he's about 5 metres to the right of the posts. Hynes moves in, puts it down the middle. 30 points to 6. What a first half it's been for the Sharks. Cecilia Satta. Sharks, one more try. Welcome along, Cecilia. Amner H-Man says Tracy couldn't tackle to save his life. Oh, that was a really poor attempt. I mean, and it's Nico, like, no offense to Nico Hynes, but it's Nico Hynes running at you. It's not like it was Fanua Blayke or Payne Haas, or, you know. It was Nico Hynes running at you. Dizzy the Egg Hazelton from the back fence. 5.5 to go in this opening 40. Stone Street now with the carry. Still inside their own 20. The Bulldogs did get the hit back try through Jacob Preston, but pretty much immediately got nullified when they lost the ball the ensuing set of 6 from the kickoff. Billy Burns on the field. Bentley, ahoy mate, up the Sharkies. We are smashing them. 5th and last. 40 metres off that set for the Sharks. Hynes wants it down the short side. Puts a big kick in from inside the 40, but taken on the fall by Tracy at the back. Tracy comes back in field, and he's dumped in the tackle by Will Kennedy. The Sharks dominating possession and territory here in the opening 40. Jonathan Sewer driven back in a 3-man tackle. It's been a night to forget for poor Jonathan. Dangerous Dan. Ahoy, mate. You think you picked the Sharks to win? I definitely did. I ummed and ahed about it a little bit. Ultimately, I showed support for my own team. Kurt Mann taken on play 3. The Bulldogs got a set restart in there somewhere as Burton steps off the left boot, takes the line on, and it's shut down by Jayden Berrell. Galvin down the left edge, short for Preston. 5th and last, 30 metres out. Galvin puts it high. Contestable ball. It's going to land about 15 out from the Sharks line. Everyone lets it bounce. It sets up for Tuala. Tuala puts the grubber kick into the end goal. Scooped up by Mulitalo. And he easily gets back into the field of play. 4 minutes to go until the halftime break. The Sharkies easily cover that one off. Always risky to let those high balls bounce. They can go anywhere, as we know. But it was a poor second kick from the Dogs. Odd Poppet says, do the Dogs realise yet they aren't supposed to fetch the ball today? Ooh, I like that one, Odd Poppet. Hynes with the offload for Kennedy out the back, who dummies. And he's brought down by Tupanua and Galvin, just short of halfway on the 5th and last. Berrell back in field for Trindle from halfway, puts the kick downfield over the head of Tracy. It bounces up above Tracy, and he waits for it to come down and runs it back to the 20. Pretty simple stuff there in the end. Jonathan Sewer bends the line for the first time tonight. He'll be happy about that. He's had a terrible run this opening 40 minutes. Lucas says the Sharks have been so up and down lately. Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? The way the Sharks are gone. 6 again for a ruck infringement. The Bulldogs are starting to build some set repeats here. Too little, too late in this opening half anyway, but something to build on for the second as Harry Hayes falls to ground. Just surrendered himself to ground, really. Tracy flicks it inside for Crichton. One-on-one with Wilton. He gets away, Critter. Beats a second tackle. Offloads for Tupanua. 20 out from the line now. Galvin versus Whanua Blayke. And the big man brings him down and pulls his pants down. There's Galvin's undies. And I got way too excited for some reason. Left they go. Burton steps back in field. And Hazelton brings him to ground. 5 metres out here, the Bulldogs. Hayward to Galvin. Quick ball back inside for Mann. Ducks under the tackle of Hynes, but Hynes grabs the ankle. He offloads for Hayes. 5 metres out now, 5th and last. Big opportunity for the Dogs. Galvin grubbers him behind the line. And it sits up for Trendall and Kennedy, who run into each other. And that forces a mistake in the in goal. Knock on. Miscommunication right on the posts between Trendall and Kennedy. Odd Poppet, you thought Teddy was on the field for a second. Yes. Sharks with the restart. The goal line dropout goes out on the full. And the Bulldogs, with 50 seconds to go, will get one last opportunity here in the opening 40. They go quickly into midfield for Kurt Mann. Sets it up 10 metres out, right in front of the posts. 36 seconds left. Tracy for Crichton. Stone Street jams in and brings him to ground. He flicks it out the back for Tuala anyways, who steps in field and he takes the tackle 5 metres out from the line. Good defence from the Sharks. Good scrambling. Galvin in midfield. Short ball for Thompson. The Sharks are up quickly. 10 seconds to go. This will be the final play of the half. They come right for Tracy. Chips it in over the top. The Bulldogs lead the way, but it bounces over the head of Tupanua. Oh, pain for the Bulldogs. It was Tupanua and Stephen Crichton leading the chase for the ball. And it bounces a metre over the head of Tupanua back into the hands of the Sharks. I tell you what, the footy gods have been on the side of the Sharks this opening half. 30 points to 6 at the break. What? And probably the Sharks' best 40 minutes of footy all season. But yeah, that was painful. Connor Tracy put the chip over the top into the end goal. They just needed the bounce. Tupanua was leading the chase. Stephen Crichton was there with him. It was 2 Bulldogs and no Sharks. And the ball bounced back so painfully over the head of Tupanua. $30 points to 6 at the break. Easily the Sharks' best 40 minutes of the season so far. And there's a long way to go in this one still, of course, but it's not very often you see the Sharks get a victory at Suncorp. They haven't got the job done just yet. There's 40 minutes left for them to hold on. Remember what happened against the Roosters. Let's not forget that. They were up by a similar margin against the Roosters, and they let them back in the second half. So I'm sure Fitzy will be reminding the troops of exactly that as they have a well-earned break. Leth Bix, ahoy mates, you're a fairly new NRL fan and you don't have a team yet. You're quite like the Bulldogs, so this is tough scenes. Doggies are going to come back hard in the second half. Well, welcome, Leth Bix. Welcome along, and yeah, welcome to the, not just this channel, but welcome to the NRL. Relatively new fans. It's always good to see. Odd Poppet says if the Dogs can even get another try in the second half, 52 for the Sharks. I could see though having a conversation there with Captain Redbeard. Rabbitohs versus the Dolphins coming up next, of course, as Magic Round will continue after this one. Looking forward to that game. I'll tell you what. I'm on the Dolphins at the moment. I am currently on the Dolphins. I don't know what to do there. The Rabbitohs have been in such good form, but the Dolphins are completely locked in at the moment. Dolphins at home. I'm still on the Dolphins at the moment. We'll see. We'll see. And we got 2 legs. I love going into halftime with at least 2 legs down. Yeah, Alex Johnston's a big out, of course, for the Rabbitohs. We'll see. We'll see. At the moment, I'm still just slightly edging towards the Dolphins, but let's also see what the golden point. You know, I love me a golden point wager, so let's not rule that one out either. Golden point, what a way to finish night 1 of Magic Round, right? That would be fun. Oops. Okay. Frank Gallagher, ahoy, mates. Even if the Bulldogs had prime JT in this situation, they would still lose. Oh, I don't know about that, mate. Look, trust me. Cronulla Sharks fan pretty much my entire life. Apart from the period of time where I completely left rugby league for rugby union. But I've seen enough of the Sharks to know just how badly this team can capitulate. In big moments, in second halves, in games where they're supposed to win. Yeah, tough team to support over the years. Renee Abanto, who do I go for? The Sharks are my team, Renee, so I've got to go for the Sharks tonight. I'm very disappointed, though, to see what's become of the Bulldogs, especially after their revival, it seemed, last season. It's always nice to see teams that are sort of spent a long time out of the 8 fighting their way back in. Like, I'm so on board with the Tigers this year. Hopefully they can turn themselves around at some point when they're back to full strength. Oh, Renee, you're a doggy supporter. There you go. Loyal all the way through. Good. You've got to be loyal to your team. So cruising at the moment, hey? I couldn't do that, man. I'd be terrified. I think it's because I'm not a very strong swimmer. It's like, well, and the dramatic irony that I'm terrified of going into the water because I'm scared of sharks. How ironic is that? I'm actually terrified of encountering a shark in the open ocean or the beach. Like, I won't even go too far into beach water because of sharks. And yet, the Sharks are my footy team. Try and work that one out. Namena 01, ahoy, mate. Frank Gallagher, you're hoping the Bulldogs win in Golden Point. There's still a chance always. Yes, indeed. There always is. And like I said, trust me, if anyone's going to capitulate from this position, it'll be the Sharks. Just trust me on that one. I've supported this team long enough to know that I have no confidence just yet. This game is far from over. I reckon if the Sharks score the first 2 tries of the second half, then I'll start to feel a little bit better about things. Then and only then. Otherwise, I'm going to remain a little bit concerned about the potential for a fight back. Who do I need left for a multi? Okay, second half, I need Bronson Sherry and I need KL Iro. Bronson Xerri, Kale Iro. I'm very concerned about the Bronson Xerri leg because he is just not getting the ball. The clunky Bulldogs attack at the moment, he's just not getting the ball. So I think Iro is probably the better chance there, but it'd be nice if they both went over. You got Preston, Mulitalo, and Nicola. Well, did you need Preston for 2? Oh, that's what you've got. You don't need them because you've already got the Preston tick and Mulitalo tick. So you just need Nicola. There you go. I'm understanding now. Glenn 5077 says, "Go Dragons." Yes. I'm so disappointed in the Dragons. They're not my team, but I'm so disappointed in the way. Obviously, I had a soft spot for the Dragons. Being a Sharks supporter, Shane Flanagan was the coach. As a Sharks man, obviously, so much love and respect for Shane Flanagan, the only coach that's ever got the Sharks a premiership. And they don't have, I don't believe that the Dragons roster is anywhere near as terrible as the pundits make out. Like, I watch shows like NRL 360 and listen to podcasts and whatnot, and they talk about the Dragons roster being, I don't think their roster is terrible. I mean, they've got some good name players there. They should be going better than they are. There's something like they blamed the coach, they blamed Flanagan and said it was the culture that he brought in and all that sort of thing. But no, obviously that's not the case because Dean Young took over and there's been they've actually gone even worse since Dean Young took over. No signs of improvement whatsoever. So there's something seriously wrong. And what I usually say about these things, you know, the old saying, a fish rots from the head, right? So there's probably something at a board level. My understanding is that the St. George board and the Illawarra board can never see eye to eye on anything. It is a merger club. St. George Dragons, Illawarra Steelers couldn't exist on their own anymore. Let's lump them together. That's how you got the St. George Illawarra Dragons. And my understanding is behind the scenes, they just can't see eye to eye on anything. So if a fish rots from the head down, you've got to look at what's going on up the top, maybe. If the on-field performances aren't improving under any circumstances. See, Captain Redbeard's picking up what I'm putting down. The board is the big problem. David, ahoy, mate. Up the wires. All right, I'm going to have a quick break for halftime. Second half coming up. The Sharks up 30 points to 6, and I'll also get myself prepared. The team sheets should be locked in for the next game. Rabbitohs versus the Dolphins coming up after this one. But halftime here. I'll play some music, and we'll be back shortly for the second half. Ahoy, old Panther. Before we go, the best coach in his day, Jack Gibson, said winning starts in the front office. There you go. Exactly what we're talking about. Halftime break. Be right back.
Sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. tries, they're all well and good. But we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us.
Ahoy, Wasted Water Sports crew. Welcome back. Second half about to get underway. The Sharks and the Bulldogs both back out on the field. Can the Sharks go on with it? Can the Bulldogs launch a comeback? The Doggies will get first use of the ball, running right to left. Remember what I said. I think the Sharks need to score 2 tries to start the second half before I start to feel safe. Here we go. Second half, off and running. The Bulldogs and the Sharks, and it's Burton who takes it up. Fighting with Hazelton and Hynes, 30 metres out from the line. They come short side for Preston. And the try scorer, Jacob Preston, on the 40-metre line as Galvin kicks from inside the 40. Gets a nice angle on it, but the bounce is unkind. It sits up for Stone Street, who ducks under the tackler, Tupanua. 20 out from their own line now. The Sharks back in possession. Galvin just needed that ball to roll forward, bounce forward. But it sat up on the toe of the ball and bounced back. Just not falling their way tonight, the Bulldogs. Not falling their way most of the season, must be said. Burns up to halfway here for the Sharks. Tackle 4. Well, that's the 5th and last, sorry. Only 28 metres off that set. A tough one. As Trindle puts the kick down for Sewer, who takes it, and Sewer will do the hit up here, staying down the left edge. Sun to Akata. Ahoy, mate. I'm leaning towards the Dolphins, man. I've got to say, Dolphins at home, they're in sublime form at the moment after a slow start to the season. Burton brings it left for Preston. And he's met in a 3-man tackle and manhandle backwards. Mulitalo and Ramien, the 2 returning Sharks tonight, have been leading the way. Connor Tracy. Play 4. 10 short of halfway. It goes back for Galvin to kick again. He puts it high this time. A contestable ball will land short. Taken by Stone Street. And Stone Street almost spins away from Tupanua. And this is now great field position for the Sharks. That was a poor kick. They're playing catch-up. Obviously, the Bulldogs, they needed to try and make something happen. And in trying to get their hands back on the ball for a repeat set, they've given the Sharks quality field position here, this set of 6. But they're not doing too much with it, it must be said. Mulitalo plays it on halfway. Set restart. Oh, the Bulldogs' discipline out the window again. Only 3 minutes into the second half as Berrell from dummy half turns it inside for Trindle. And we've got time off here for a penalty to the Sharks. Oh, the Bulldogs' discipline has gone AWOL. Take the two. Take the two. 35 metres out right in front. Hynes is pointing to the post. See? Nico knows how badly the Sharks could still screw this up. He wants the 2 points. Trindle puts it into touch. 20 metres out from the line. The Sharks tap and go. Here's Teague Wilton. I still need Kale Iro and Bronson Sherry for my SGM. Hynes onto Blayke, and on the burst is Dizzy the Egg Hazelton. 15 out, turns into 10 out. Crash ball here for Burns. Burns is a metre short. He's held up by 3 Bulldogs and driven back a couple of metres. And a penalty to the Sharks again. This time take the 2. It's 5 metres out right in front. They are taking the 2. Good call, good call. Penalty to the Sharks right out in front. And Nico Hynes will step up and pop this one over. First points of the second half about to go to the Sharkies. Not even Nico Hynes on his worst day could possibly miss this. 10 metres out, right in front. Wrecked Up 91 says, great way to start Magic Rounds. As Hynes moves in, puts it down the middle. Penalty goal success. And the Sharks lead 32 points to 6. Poor discipline to start the second half from the Bulldogs. Odd Poppet, you're back. Beer has been acquired, ready for the next game. Oh, big game up there. This game's been a little disappointing in terms of the contest, but yeah, big game coming up next. Rabbitohs versus the Dolphins. Looking forward to it. Burton gets us back underway here. The Sharks will take it. Trindle to Hazelton. The Sharks definitely got the rocket up them from Fitzy last week. You just know it. Because they've been full of enthusiasm. Blayke brings it outside the 20. Good post-contact meters. Blayke, an origin spot up for grabs. Wouldn't normally be talking about Blayke for origin, honestly, as Hazelton. Taken down by Galvin and Critter. I wouldn't normally talk about Blayke for origin. We'll come back to that as Trindle kicks from inside the 40. Doesn't get the bounce. It's awkward for Tracy at the back, though. It bounces over his head, and he has to retreat and backtrack to claim it. Burton now down the short side, cops a high one. No call from the referee. Nothing working out really for the Bulldogs here tonight. Sewer takes tackle 3. Well, it was more a slap there from Jesse Ramien. A cheeky little slap up around the cheek. Normally see those called, though, is all I'm saying. 5th and last for the Bulldogs. Salmon plays it just short of halfway. Galvin puts the high ball up again. Not a lot of distance. Stone Street attacks it. And he's met by Stephen Crichton. But 30 metres out from his own line. It's a good field position to start the set again here for the Sharks. As Iro brings it back into midfield. Slow play the ball. Manuel Snow. Ahoy, mate. Halfway through the set here for the Sharks. A quick play the ball. Kennedy up the middle, and he runs into Tupanua and Preston. Probably wouldn't want to do that too often. Trindle inside for Wilton. And the Sharks take tackle 5 just over halfway. Trindle puts the high ball up. Sending it deep. It's an easy take of the back for Tracy. 10 out from his own line. But a brick wall of Sharks defenders there to meet him. Gamer Mel's happy for Eero to score. Well, that's good. Very good, because you don't have a choice, Gamer Mel. I need him, so it's going to happen. Oh, God. Actually, it's more likely to not happen because I need him. We all know the drill. 8 minutes gone this second half. Only 2 points. Oh, the Bulldogs cough the ball up 10 short of halfway. Huge defense from the Sharks. Jamin Salmon coughs the ball up. Straight in, straight out. Blayke puts the hit on. Absolutely rocked him. The Sharks, well, Fitzy put the rocket up and they have responded. Scrum down here for the Sharks, 30 metres out from the line. Back on the attack they'll go. The Bulldogs just with no ounces at the moment. Berrell from the back of the scrum finally gets the ball free to Ramien. Quick play the ball. Mulitalo gets the bumpers up on Burton. Gets away from him. But Harry Hayes is there with Salmon to drive him backwards. And now it's Mulitalo versus Salmon. Oh, there's a couple of players. A couple of cheeky buggers that won't take a backward step. Talakai's on the field. Someone needs Talakai for their multi. Blayke in midfield. 35 metres out here on play 4. Trindle, inside ball for Talakai. 25 out. He's brought to ground on the 5th and last. Trindle puts the ball high. Contestable ball. Will land on the goal line. Tracy comes forward. Batted back by the Sharks. Knocked on by Hynes. Hynes couldn't scoop it in. And the Bulldogs, that's a little bit of a let-off. Nicora's still on the field, yes. Deadly, Olivia, ahoy. Welcome along. 6-7 GTA says, why take the 2 points when you're up by 30? Is space now for Tuala. Down the right flank. He bumps off Trindle. And he's brought down in the end, 40 metres out from the Sharks line. Galvin turns it back inside for Tupanua. 30 metres out. 5th and last. 61 metres off that set. Galvin stays short side. Puts the high ball up. Kennedy attacks it. 10 out from the line. Loses it. Crichton picks it up. 6 more here for the Bulldogs. They might not need 6. Crichton, a metre out. 0 tackle. Mann sends it to the left for Burton. Quick hands needed now. Sherry gets on the outside of Ramien. Beats the tackle of Kennedy. And Hynes is there in the last line to bring him down. Burton steps back in field. 2 metres out here, just to the left of posts. Crash ball for Salmon. A metre out. Right on that left upright. Mann sends it right. Galvin out the back for Tracy. A floater over the top for Tuala. Stone Street scrambles back. Tackle 4. Still a couple of metres out, the Bulldogs. Galvin, Grubbers on play 4. It's in behind Nikra, but it sits up for Burns. Oh, they still had a tackle up their sleeve. Galvin's kicked early. Billy Burns comes away with it for the Sharks. And they have survived. But anyways, going back to that conversation about why take the 2 when you're up 30 points to 6, because it takes you out, like, what am I trying to say in the easiest way possible? 30 is still in the divisible by 6 category. So if the Bulldogs make a late run, You know, it takes them out beyond that converted try division. I hope I'm making sense. Kick goes down. It was a tough set, that one, for the Sharks. See, the Bulldogs could score a few late tries and make it 32-30 rather than 30 all. It just breaks that 6-point jump. Now Kurt Mann steps back in field, gives it to Galvin, who throws a huge dummy out to the left. Doesn't fool anybody. So Odd Poppet says you take the 2 because then the Dogs need at least 5 tries to win. Yes. That probably summed it up a bit easier than I made it sound. And an even simpler explanation from Captain Redbeard. What I'm trying to say is more points equals good. The high ball goes up into the in-goal. Sharks, they get in each other's way, but Stone Street comes down with it. And they'll come back for a 7-tackle set. The Bulldogs execute poorly again. Frank Gallagher, may I ask why you can't show us the match? Copyright, my friend. I'd get the channel shut down like that if I put the game on the screen. Great take by Stone Street in the in-goal. Gets the Sharks a 7-tackle set, and they can go back on the attack. Colquhoun. 40 metres out now for Talakai. Loses the ball, and the Bulldogs dive on it. The sofa comes up with the mistake. Well, it was pretty likely to be him if it was going to be anybody, to be honest. We got time off here. Talakai hit hard in the tackle by Jack Underhill, and Underhill might have got himself a little too square here, and he could be copping a HIA. Unknown says, do you think I should? I'm just going to call you Unknown, by the way. UKWN 0. Unknown 0. Do you think, I'm not being offensive to you, it just makes it easier for me. Do you think I should let it ride with Nicoret scoring or cash out? What's the cash out option? How much did you put on? And what will it win if Nicoret scores? Because there's still 25 minutes to play. And Nicoret will likely play the full 80 minutes. Salmon, dummies, takes the line on, 20 metres out. On play 4. Big leg drive from Salmon as well, post-contact meters. Galvin goes short for Preston. Turns in contact, and he's 10 metres out here down this left edge. 5th and last, they stay short side. Burton, nobody to pass to, flicks it over. Hey, that's forward pass. A forward pass to Burton down the blind side. The Bulldogs are capitulating here. Oh, Kurt, man, it's a mile forward. The Sharks' defense holds on. There's 24 minutes left. 24 minutes left. And the Sharks, well, they haven't had to do too much, really. Let's be honest. The Bulldogs. Amanda says, what do you think of the chances of Galvin scoring? You need him to keep your multi alive. Oh, boy. Inside ball for Nicoret. Takes it up over halfway. I don't know that Galvin's scoring. 5th and last. On halfway, Trindle puts the high ball up. Tracy plants himself under it. And Connor Tracy brings it back to the 20 here for the Bulldogs. 32 points to 6. The Sharks lead. 2 points to 0 in the second half, though. Lower scoring second half. Somebody's got unders, I'm pretty sure. Late offload from Crichton, and it's gone behind. Galvin has to retreat to inside the 20. Gives it to Sewer, and the Sharks are up on him. So Stephen Crichton, with that forced offload, has lost his team 10 metres. Halfway through the set, they're still in their 20. Not for too long, though. Tupanua takes it up 10 metres. Galvin to Stephen Crichton on the short ball. 10 metres short of halfway, fifth and last. Only 35 off that set. Galvin sends it to Burton in midfield. From inside the 40, it's a Burton special. A tester here. Oh, they've let it bounce. Mulitalo wanted nothing to do with that. And it sits up for Kennedy. Kennedy beats one. And he's brought down by Hayward. 30 metres out from his own line. Great kick return from Kennedy. Hynes goes short for Ramien. 10 short of the halfway line. Back into midfield. Colquhoun bumps off one. That was Salmon who went flying out the back. Captain Redbeard for Noah Blayke would play for New South Wales. Oh, they've spilt the ball here, the Sharks. No, they haven't apparently. I didn't see anything. Fifth and last. Kennedy chasing, putting pressure on Tracy. Tracy loses it out the back. Sewer picks it up. 21 and a half to play. 32 points to 6. Yeah, the Sharks have, I wouldn't say they've gone into their shell, but they've definitely dropped off the intensity. And, I mean, that's to be expected. 32 points to 6 up with 21 minutes to go. Cash outs usually run into the last 10 minutes. But obviously the cash out offer will drop dramatically the longer the game goes on. That's why I'm curious what your wager was. Numbers here to the right for the Bulldogs at last. Crichton for Tuala. Tuala with 40 to go. Draws in Kennedy. Gives it to Stephen Crichton. And Crichton will run around under the post untouched. The Bulldogs break out from their own side of halfway. And Stephen Crichton gets a try. A breakout from their own side of the field. And the Bulldogs are leading the second half. The Sharks scrambling, could not shut it down this time. The inside ball from Tuala to Crichton. The comeback's on. There's still 20 minutes to play. Lachlan says he should have given it to Galvin. He was right there. Stephen Crichton runs it around under the posts. Oh, here we go. The comeback's on. Lisan. You need Kale Ero. Me too. 6-7 GTA says the only week I don't put Crichton in my multi. From right in front of the posts. Conversion successful from Matt Burton. 32 points to 12. 19 and a half minutes remaining. That option to take the 2 points might turn out to be a very, very wise thing indeed. Try for Stephen Crichton in what's been a rough night for him and what's been a rough period. He's definitely not at 100%. You can even see just the way that he ran that ball in behind the posts. He's definitely not flowing at 100%, Stephen Crichton. He's playing injured. The Bulldogs leading the second half, 6 points to 2. Sharks get us back underway. Sewer takes it, and who's that from the back fence? Harry Hayes, I think it might be. And it was indeed Harry Hayes. Big defense from the Sharks, though, as Sewer looks for a carry. He's driven sideways in a three-man Sharks tackle. And a penalty now to the Bulldogs. Oh, no, sorry, my bad. Not a penalty. Referee just blew the whistle to tell Sewer back to the mark. Underhill brings it out to the 20. Talakai's off the field already. Geez, Talakai had a very, very short stint Fitzy put the hook. Either that or he's hurt. Who knows? Yeah, that's a very, very short stint for the Sofa Talakai. Tracy, 10 short of halfway. He takes tackle 5. Rebel Nuts, ahoy, mate. Burton from inside the 40. It's a Birdo special. Pressure onto the back here. Mulitalo lets it bounce again. It bounces into the in goal. Kennedy shadows it over the dead ball line. And it's too heavy there from Burton. A Birdo special from halfway. One of those high bombs. And it's over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. They got away with that one, the Sharks. Risky stuff to let that high ball bounce. It's worked out all right for them tonight, though. They've been getting the bounces. Toby Rudolph back on the field. Kennedy up over halfway. 3 tackles left here for the Sharks. Berrell from dummy half. Goes short for Colquhoun. 35 metres out. Hynes turns it back inside to the play the ball area. Fends away from Hayward. And Hynes is taken 30 metres out. Right in front of the posts. Trindle down the left edge. Puts the high ball up. Contestable kick. The Bulldogs get in each other's way, but Tuala comes down with it. 5 out from their own line. Leo Francis, ahoy, mate. Yeah, I think if it's still 32-12 with like 8 minutes to go, I can see they're not really, like, they're just defending their lead at the moment, the Sharks. They're not really offering too much on attack. I think they're happy with what they've done at the moment. And with 16 minutes to play, I think if the scoreline remains somewhat the same with about 8 minutes to play, they might jag one. But Galvin from 30 out from his own end puts the kick downfield, taken on the full by Stone Street. Stone Street brings it back up the middle and runs into the brick wall of Harry Hayes, Jamin Salmon, and Bailey Hayward. 3-man tackle. Rocked him backwards. Ten short of halfway. Colquhoun turns it inside for Wilton. Into the Bulldogs half they go once more. Puru for Trindle. Kennedy dummies out to the left, takes on Galvin. 5th and last, 40 metres out. Trindle with the high ball. Sharks pouring through to put pressure on Tracy. 10 out from his own line. Tracy attacks the ball, and he is swamped as soon as he comes down with it. The Bulldogs back inside their own red zone. Nikora storming up out of the line to put a hit on. Puts Tuala to ground. And now they're up quickly on Sewer. Brailey, thank you very much for the rose. Over there on TikTok. Much appreciated, mate. Burton steps away from the tackle of Nikora. Penalty now to the Bulldogs. Pressure on the neck. 15 minutes to play, 32-12. Burton pumps it into touch inside the Sharks' territory. "30 metres out from the line. That was a hell of a kick there from Burton. Salmon with the tap and go. Opportunity here for the Bulldogs. 14 and a half to play. Set restart as King spins out of the first tackle. He's dragged to ground 10 metres out in midfield. Harry Hayes on the crash ball. Taken by Puru. Hayward sends it right for Galvin. Out the back for Crichton. Numbers now. Tuala in space. Loses it over the line. Anari Tuala reaching out. Loses the ball in the try-saving tackle of Will Kennedy. Stephen Crichton created the overlap. Kennedy gets a hand on the ball and forces it loose. Try-saver. Now that is commitment. That's what's been lacking the past few weeks from the Sharks. Buck Rogers. Cheers, mate, for the heart me. over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. The Sharks tap and go, and they immediately make 10 metres. Here's Ero. High contact from Tupanua on Ero. It's a penalty, and the Sharks will get a nice little piggyback upfield here. 13 and a half to go. $32 points to 12. It's looking comfortable at the moment. Trindle, 10 short of halfway. He'll find touch on the Bulldogs 30 over on that left side of the field. Here come the Sharks again. Rabbitohs Dolphins coming up next. I'm still leaning towards the home side. Still leaning towards the Dolphins. Wilton plays at 20 out. Trindle goes short for Colquhoun. Turns and taken to ground. 10 metres out from the line now, the Sharks. Burns, dummies. Takes on Hayward, and Hayward's got some help there from Harry Hayes. 10 out from the line, right in front of the post. They go left for Trindle. Turns it inside for Colquhoun, who sends it out the back for Kennedy, and they're just losing metres here, the Sharks. 10 metres lost on that play. Hynes will chip over the top here on play 4. Tracy's got it covered off, but it sits up for Jonathan Sewer, and Sewer, met by Nikora, surrenders in the tackle. It'll be a goal line dropout. 12 minutes to go. Sharks up 32-12. Burton. A low, flat dropout, taken on the fall, 30 out from the line. I don't know what that was. It wasn't long, it wasn't short. It wasn't low enough to put pressure on Stone Street on the edge. It was a really, I mean, that just sums up the Bulldogs' execution tonight, really. It was a poorly executed goal line restart. Just gifting possession back to the Sharks. 5 metres out from the line. Poodle from dummy half for Trindle. Turns it inside for Rudolph and Big Toby. 5 out from the line. Poodle goes left for Trindle. Grubbers him behind the line for himself. Trindle versus Tracy. Tracy wins the race. Bats it dead. Another goal line restart incoming here for the Bulldogs. Jay Leishman. It's the Captain Morgans. The spiced rum. Exquisite. 10.5 minutes to play. This time it's a more traditional restart from Burton, but it doesn't find the 10. It does bounce that way, though. Crichton bats it back. It sits up in the in goal. Tuala dives on it, and he's tackled in goal for another goal line dropout. Burton went short with the restart. It didn't go 10. It bounces over the 10-metre line. Crichton then bats it back. As soon as the ball became legal, Crichton bats it back. And then Tuala has to scramble back to the in goal. They try again. They go a little deeper this time, and Kennedy takes it under no pressure. 15 metres out from the line, the Sharks back on the attack. Wilton spins into contact. Slow play of the ball on play 2. Poodle from dummy half takes a few steps. Then he feeds it to Colquhoun. 5 metres out. The Sharks looking for the hammer blow. Trindle inside for Rudolph. Flicks it out the back to nobody, but it bounces nicely for Burns. Loose pass. Goes in behind Ramien. Scooped up by Mulitalo, who comes back in field. And he's looking for a soft target. Doesn't find one. Underhill brings him down. 10 metres out still. 2 tackles left. Hynes for Kennedy. The double pump for Ero. Ero taken by Stephen Crichton. 5 metres out on that left edge. Hynes with the crossfield kick. Looking for Mulitalo, who wins the battle in the air. Spins out of the tackle, and he dives over to plant it down. Mulitalo returns to get a double. 2 tries tonight. Welcome back, Ronaldo. And that is the winning of the game for certain. 36-12. The Sharks. Queensland OT. Yes, Rabbitohs, Dolphins coming up next. We will end the stream on TikTok, Waste of Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch. We will end the stream on TikTok and start a new one. But yes, we will be back for the next game. As the Sharks, with 8 minutes to play, 36-12. Kick to come. Hynes from right beside the post converts. 38 points to 12. 7.5 minutes remain. The Sharks, a dominant display. They would have, after that performance against the Rabbitohs last week, they would have got the rev up from Fitzy. And the Sharks have responded. But where to now for the Bulldogs? I mean, that is the big question to come out of this. Where to now for the Doggies? What is going on with that team? As there we see the Rabbitohs warming up. There's Latrell Mitchell, the beast. Bulldogs go short with the restart, and it sits up for Tupanua. Gives it to Crichton down that far side. And Stephen Crichton goes to ground. Inside the 20. Bulldogs have got the ball back. Galvin onto Underhill and Burton to Preston as they shift left. 15 metres out. Hayward back down the short side for Burton. The double pump out the back for Tracy. The Sharks read it well. Almost intercepted by Nikora. He spills it. Imagine Nikora running length of the field to score off an intercept. 6 minutes 45 to go. It'll be a scrum down here for the Doggies. 38 points to 12. Rabbitohs, Dolphins coming up next. I've got to get a multi on for the next game as well. Well, I'll definitely be putting Latrell Mitchell in as the scrum resets. We'll definitely go Latrell Mitchell. I'll definitely go the hammer. Is Finafuiaki playing? Oh, Lemuelu maybe. As Burton wraps around, gets it at the back. One-on-one with Ero. And Ero makes the tackle. He could have scored a try, but hey, the defense has been solid. King in midfield, swamped by the Sharks defense. Letbix, you took Mulitalo 2+, so you're happy with that as Preston steps in field. Preston with one to beat. He's dragged down by Toby Rudolph, half a metre out from the line. Hayward sends it in field for Galvin. Galvin goes flat to Max King, who can't hold on. And it's knocked on by the Sharks. Oh, Captain Redbeard. Yes, Bostock and 2 smoking barrels. I love it. There's so much try-scoring potential in the next game, right? That's what makes it difficult. There are so many try-scoring candidates. Captain's challenge here for the Sharks. Challenging the call of knock-on with 5.5 minutes to play. Teague Wilton stretches the left hand out. Challenge unsuccessful. Wow, 2012. Ahoy, mate. Let's go the Fins. Whoops. Yeah, let's go Fins. We all know that I love the Bunnies. I really do. I've just got a feeling about the Dolphins tonight. So that actually probably should suggest that they'll lose. Galvin. Inside ball for Tuala. 10 metres out from the line. Consolation points perhaps for the Bulldogs. Ball batted down again by the Sharks. They just can't pull off these intercepts. 3 in a row now. The Sharks have gone for intercepts and coughed the ball up. Nicola, Wilton, and now Nico Hynes. It'll be another scrum down for the Bulldogs. Just another human. Ahoy, mate. Jermaine Asako, says Sam. Burton wraps around Galvin again. Holds the pass up for Tuala, who slips. Gets up and goes again. Tuala fights his way to the line. He's over. Has he got it down? Sutton will send it up. What's he going to send it up as? No try, he sends it up as. It's been sent up as no try. The Sharks scrambling defense again. Tuala got on the outside, but he slipped. He had to get up and go again. And there's an arm under the ball there. There's another arm under the ball now as Kennedy dives in. Kale Ero with more immaculate goal line defense. Ero's got his arm under the ball. Then Kennedy comes in and gets his arm under the ball. So this will be no try. 4.5 to go. The Dogs can't even get a consolation given to them at the moment. Four and a half minutes to play. 10 metres out from the line. Crichton goes into dummy half. Hayward onto Galvin and Thompson now. In midfield, gets the bumpers up. Big Leo Thompson. Slow play the ball. Hayward for Galvin. Oh, that's a terrible pass from Galvin. Knocked on by the Sharks, though. Mulitalo couldn't scoop it up. It was an atrocious pass from Galvin. It slipped out of the hands and dribbled along the ground. Mulitalo couldn't rein it in. The Doggies will stay on the attack, though. Sewer will feed the scrum. 10 metres out here for the Bulldogs. Burton to Tupanua, angling back in, and he runs into Toby Rudolph, who rocks him back in the tackle. 15 metres out in midfield. Hayward goes right for Galvin. Turns it inside for Crichton this time. Crichton bends the line from a standing start. Stephen Crichton just a metre out. 6 again for the Bulldogs. Galvin goes short for Underhill. 5 metres to go here for the Bulldogs. Surely they get a consolation try. Surely. Thompson steps away from Wilton, who came racing up out of the line. Halfway through the set now, the Dogs. Left they go. Galvin, quick hands to Burton. Sherry's got a 2-on-1. Bronson Sherry dummies and goes straight through. Gets tick number 3 off the multi. So that confirms it. 3 legs out of 4. Kale Ero sold us. It was Kale Ero who's let us down. 3 out of the 4 legs done, and it's Kale Ero who's let us down tonight. Bronson Sherry sums it up nicely. Slices through the gap between Mulitalo and Ramien. And he has too much pace. Two minutes 40 to go. The Sharks might get their hands on the ball. One more time. Who knows? Craig Howarth says, let's get this party started. Yes, Craig Howarth's Bunnies coming up against the Dolphins. Oh, it's going to be a tough game. You know what? I'm liking Golden Point. I love a good Golden Point wager. I reckon this next game's the one. As Stephen Crichton lines up this conversion attempt, about 10 in from touch, 15 in from touch, and he's pushed it. A missed conversion. 38 points to 16, 2 minutes to go. But yes, I'm loving some of the SGM options for this next one. There's just too many of them. Too bloody many of them. So much try-scoring potential. I can't believe it. We're Kaolero short. Exactly, bloke. Bet on the draw. $15 it usually pays. $15 to bet on extra time. And then it's even higher if you bet for no result after the golden point extra time period. But yeah, I don't mind the $15 odds on will there be extra time? Yes. Stephen Peake, happy with your 13 plus. Very nice, as Galvin sends it right for Tracy, and Stone Street, a mile in off his wing, had to make the tackle. There's a minute and a half to go. The Sharks, will they offer anything on attack when they get the ball back? You've got to think that they probably won't. They don't care for our multis, as we know. Late offload there for Hayward. Gives it to Burton, who goes straight up the middle. Burton with Galvin in support. Feeds it to Galvin. 10 out from the line. Galvin reaches out and loses the ball. Did he get it down, though, Lockie Galvin? Stone Street from behind had hold of his pants. There was more support from the Sharks' defense. Push and shove ensues in behind the post. Lockie Galvin, he's got his pants pulled down, and he might have just messed up this try, Lockie Galvin. Burton does well to draw in Kennedy. Galvin had 20 metres to run. Stone Street comes across. Trindle's got hold of his pants. He's dragging them along. He's short of the line, and he spills it. Galvin's lost it. It's no try. Not only has he lost it, but his crack's hanging out. Stone Street and Trindle, I believe it was. It could also have been Puru with a try-saving effort there on Lockie Galvin. 28 seconds to go. The Sharks will get the ball back. It was Puru. Oh, so Puru and Stone Street with a try-saver. Lockie Galvin's bare white ass cheeks is all we can see. 28 seconds to go as he coughs it up, half a metre short from the line. The Sharks, do they throw a magical length of the field effort? Robert Toa, ahoy mate, magical. Well done, Sharkies. 17 seconds to go. Talakai's back on the field. And they're just doing one-out hit-ups here with Fanua Blayke. This is the last play of the game. And the Sharks just surrender in their tackle. Ah! 38 points to 16. Come on. Really? 3 out of the 4 legs. Kaolero let us down tonight. Unbelievable. What a performance, though, from the Sharks. A big first half. Not so much in the second half. 38 points to 16, but it was built off the back of that opening 40 minutes. They didn't really need to do much other than defend in that second 40 after the start that they got off to. So, well done, Sharkies. We have got coming up next the Rabbitohs versus the Dolphins in about 15 minutes' time. So, let's see. Let's chuck a multi on for that one. There's so many options here. So many options. Jermaine Asako is obviously very short odds, but I tell you what, I'm liking the hammer tonight. Latrell is an obvious one. So the hammer, Latrell Mitchell, Bostock, and Tallis Duncan. Should I go one more? Let's make it a 5-legger. Should we make it a 5-leg? Because why not? Who would I put in, though? Maybe a combo. Let's look at what the combos are. I just wonder if it's going to be a big scoring game. I feel like it might be. Either player gets a try. Well, who have they got comboed up? Jermaine Asako and Bailey Bentley Harpe. I do like that one. It's obviously got to be somebody I don't already have in the multi. That covers off Jermaine Asako and Edward Cozy. Jermaine Asako, Jai Gray. Yes, that could be the one. Jermaine Asako, Tallis Duncan. I've already got Duncan in straight try scorer. I do kind of like that Jermaine Asako, Jai Gray, little Mighty Mouse. What does that do? Okay, that bumps it up an extra $6. An extra $6 odds. Okay. Let's do it. Oops. Since Caolero let us down. Unbelievable that. We were Caolero away. So there we go. I'm happy with this. This is going to be a good lot of fun. The Hammer, Latrell, Bostock and Two Smoking Barrels, Tallis Duncan, and I've got a cheeky little fifth leg in there, Jermaine Asako / Jai Gray. I like it. I like it. All right, Wasted World of Sports crew, YouTube and Twitch will stay active while I switch over all the screens. And TikTok, we're going to end this stream and we'll be back with a new one. So if you're new over on TikTok and you would like to hang around for the next game, do feel free to give us a follow over there so that you will, I don't know, does it alert people on TikTok? I still don't understand TikTok. I'm in a world of just people doing dances and stuff over there. Whenever I scroll through my feed on TikTok, it's always somebody dancing. And I'm like, why am I seeing this? I didn't search for this. I do a footy channel. Where's all the footy clips? It's all people dancing. But anyway. So I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it alerts people to the fact that I go live. But do feel free to give us a follow anyway. If you're familiar with TikTok and how it all works, if it lets you know that I go live, if you follow, that'd be the way to do it. And even if it doesn't alert you, it's an easy way to find us again, isn't it? Wasted World of Sports. Anyways, I have this incredible way of turning a 30-second conversation into a 5-minute tirade. But, all right, we've got to get ready for the next game. Dolphins versus the Rabbitohs coming up next. Sharks, one of their best performances of the year. As a fan, I'm really happy with that display. But where to now for the Bulldogs? Boy, another disappointing effort for them. All right, we'll be right back. Wasted World of Sports.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Wasted World of Sports crew, ahoy! Thanks for sticking around as we're ready for our second game to open Magic Round here. What a first game that was. Well, if you're a Cronulla Sharks supporter anyway, like myself, it was an exciting game. For the Bulldogs, though, more questions than answers. Where to? Because things just keep going from bad to worse for the poor old doggies. But good win for the Sharks. Their best performance all season long so far, I have to say. This one, I reckon, is so hard to choose. So difficult to pick a winner. Rabbitohs and the Dolphins could go down to the wire. Odd Poppet, you like that version of the thing? It's a lot more polished, isn't it? Like, it's a lot more polished, I think, that version of the song. A little bit more produced. We switched some of the lyrics around so they make a bit more sense. As much sense as you can make in a song about a bloke having some drinks and with mates and watching footy on YouTube. You know? I do agree, though. I think that is our winner. And the one moving forward. Mr. One Way, ahoy, mates. Mr. One Way says bunnies all the way. Rabbitohs now out onto the field. Dolphins already out there. Big game, this one. I'm excited for it. So, as you can see, I've kind of loaded up on an SGM. I've gone mental with it. because there was just try scoring opportunities every. Oh, it hasn't updated the names on the thing. I need to fix that. That's not Bronson Sherry, obviously. That is Latrell Mitchell. Quick. Because we're ready for kickoff. I don't want to miss the start. We've got to get this done quickly. I accidentally left the wrong name on there from the last game. I think I got it done just in the nick of time. Yes, indeed. What a race that was against the clock. Referee blows the whistle. We're off and running here, and it is the Rabbitohs who get us started. Thomas Flegler with the first hit up for the Dolphins, who will be running right to left on the screen in this opening 40 minutes. So I've loaded up on a huge five-legger. Try-scoring potential everywhere in this contest, as we know. RecTub91 says, happy Magic Round as the Dolphins, with a great opening set. They're almost up to the halfway line already here. Fifth and last. Dolphins on halfway. Platt sends it back for Asako, who gets the kick downfield. And it's taken by the Rabbitohs. Bentley Harpe has it. And that was a good opening set, well navigated by the Dolphins. Fabulous start. Now an offload for Cody Walker. Beats one. Almost gets away from the second tackle. Not afraid to throw it around here, the Bunnies. Duncan takes it outside the 40, 10 short of halfway. And this is a great opening set. Not afraid to play hot potato footy inside their own end. They get a set restart here. Late in the tackle count. And the Rabbitohs. I'm just catching up on my team sheets here so that I know what the hell's going on. Bear with me for a second, folks. There we go. 40 metres out from the line, the Rabbitohs on the attack. Ward sends it left for Walker. The floater over the top for Bentley Harpe. Takes it inside the 20. And he's brought down by Bostock and two smoking barrels 15 metres out from the line. Walker back into midfield. 10 metres out. Cameron Murray plays it right in front of the post. Two tackles left. Walker looks to grubber it through. Asako traps it with his boot and comes away with it for the Dolphins. Heads up play for Jermaine Asako. Zenith Bismarck, ahoy mate. And up the Rabbitohs over on TikTok. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. KO keeps freezing. Oh, don't even get me started on KO Sports. But I digress. The Dolphins doing it tough this set of six. Flegler looks to give some go forward. RecTub91 says, come on, Dolphins. Staunchy 77. Yes, Latrell Mitchell's leg number one on my SGM. Fifth and last for the Dolphins. 37 metres off that set. Katoa from inside the 40. Gets a good angle on it, but Bentley Harpe is over there for the Rabbitohs. And he runs into huge defence from Selwyn Cobbo. Glory, glory, says Craig Howarth. Lord Sebenson says, let's go Dolphins. There's lots of support for both teams floating around the respective chat rooms. 10 short of halfway here, the Bunnies on play 4, Cameron Murray. Into the Dolphins half, and he penetrates the line. Offloads nicely for Kepi. And now Duncan's in a little bit of space. Beats Bostock. Only the Hammer to go. Hammer brings him down 5 metres out. Try saver there from the Hammer. Duncan goes for Walker. Grubber's in behind. It needed it to sit up for Kepi, but it's dived on by the Dolphins, who survive and nothing more. Max Plath will play it 5 out from his own line. Tallis Duncan, though, what a run. Broke the line. And we very nearly had tick number 1 off this very ambitious multi. Farnworth Was very quiet last week, Herbie, wasn't he? Taking the ground 30 metres out. Their own end of the field here, the Dolphins. Big defence from the Rabbitohs coming in early. Big bad ads. Ahoy, mate. A kick again from inside the 40. Over the head of Bentley Harpe this time. And he collects it 10 out from his own line. Gives it to little mighty mass Jai Gray. And Gray gets through Nikorima. And he's held on by the pants by Lemuelu. A tackle that needed to be made, and it only just was. Jai Gray would have been away. Set restart for the Rabbitohs. They're on top early. There's no score, but they are clearly on top early on here in the opening 6 minutes. Walker, 10 short of the halfway line. Stands and plays it quickly for Duncan, who fills in at dummy half. Kalamatangi now in midfield. Halfway through the set now, the Rabbitohs. That left edge still looking sharp, even without Alex Johnston on the edge of it. That left edge still looking very, very sharp, and the way to go for the Bunnies. And that's where they do go. Walker to Latrell. One-on-one with Bostock. Flicks it out the back for Bentley Harpe. Looks to give it back inside for Walker. Asako gets hands on it and bats it into the in-goal area. Goal line dropout here for the Dolphins. But I tell you what, they are only just clinging on here, the Dolphins. They are only just holding on. The Rabbitohs all over them at the moment. Dolphins doing just enough. Katoa with the goal line restart. Goes short. Well, not short enough, though. It's an easy take there for Campbell Graham. Stretch up above everybody. And he gets up and brings it 10 metres out from the line there. Campbell Graham with an easy take. Kalaumatangi now on the crash ball. 5 metres out. They send it left. Walker, short ball for Duncan. Duncan's got the arms free. Pops it back for Ward. Ward switches direction. Jai Gray gives it off for Aitken. Aitken from a standing start. Back in front of the post. He flicks it out the back for Garlick, who knocks it on. Bronson Garlick wasn't expecting it. They pushed one past too many there, the Rabbitohs. And the Dolphins, they're scrambling. Goal line defence has held firm and it's survived this early onslaught. Early in the tackle count too. Should have just gone to ground there. The Dolphins now through Herbie Farnworth. Stands in the tackle on his own 20-metre line. Sarko bringing it out of the red zone. 6 more for the Dolphins. Their first of the night. 8 minutes gone, no score. Plath comes down the short side for Nikorima. Beautiful ball to Lemuelu in space. 40 metres out, draws in Jai Gray. But the hammer brought down from behind. A try-saving effort from Ashton Ward. Numbers out the wazoo to the right. Nikorima steps back in field. Brings it back down the left edge. And loses the ball as he looks to push the pass. Ewan Aitken comes away with it. The Dolphins have absolutely balls this one up. Coney Nikorima looking to push the pass and keep it alive. A beautiful ball put Lemuelu in space. Ashton Ward, a try-saver on the hammer. And then it all went balls up for the Dolphins. That is a huge, huge let-off there for the Bunnies. F&E, thank you very much for the rose. Over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Ward goes back inside there for Cameron Murray on the 5th and last. Rabbitohs on halfway. Maori user, ahoy mates, it's your birthday today. As Ashton Ward puts the kick up from halfway, backing up for it is Corn on the Cobbo. Cobbo winds up. Taken down by Ewan Aitken, still inside their own 20. Shadow, ahoy mate. And yeah, happy birthday, Maori user. Cheers, mate. Asako. Not afraid to get involved in the hard yards. Jill says, happy Magic Round. Go Bunnies. And Shadow, thank you very much for the heart me and the Go Popular over on TikTok. Much appreciated, mate. Katoa from inside the 40 gets a great angle on it, but it bounces just outside the 20. 22 meters or so out from the Rabbitohs line. Couldn't quite get the distance. But this game, as chaotic as I expected it to be, both teams throwing the ball around. Both teams, you would have to say, have bombed opportunities, but the Dolphins definitely with the biggest. Cody Nikorima with a huge overlap out to the right. For some reason, couldn't or didn't send the ball out that way. A frantic opening 10 minutes. Now, a shift from the Bunnies. Ward for Gray down this right edge. Graham beats the first tackle. And he's tripped up 10 short of halfway. Kalaumatangi goes into Nikorima and into the Dolphins half. Quick play the ball. 2 tackles left. Murray sends it on to Walker in midfield. A 2-on-1. Latrell looks to pop the pass up for Bentley Harpe, and it's gone forward. The Dolphins will get the ball here on the halfway line. Jermaine Asako jamming in to put pressure on Latrell. A hit that had to be made. Otherwise, Bentley Harpe was in open space. No emotion there from the Rabbitohs coach, Wayne Bennett. But then nothing unusual about that. Scrum down for the Dolphins. I like this Dolphins jersey, by the way, so much better than the one. Remember when they, their jersey, their launch jersey, and they tried to introduce the gold into it. This is a lot more traditional. I love it. 6 again here for the Dolphins. Katoa turns it inside and bending the line there. Benefuiaki, or, yeah, I think it was Benefuiaki there. Sonic fends up 1-12 from PNG. 20 meters out from the line now. The Dolphins have survived that early onslaught from the Rabbitohs. Farnworth now gets the arms free. Passes up for Morgan Knowles, who's been tackled early, and it's a penalty right out in front. The Dolphins, 10 meters out right in front of the posts. A beautiful run from Herbie Farnworth. He got the arms free, got the offload away for Knowles, who was tackled early by Tallis Duncan. And they're going to take the 2 here, the Dolphins. And that's probably a good call because they were under the pump early. That opening 10 minutes, the Rabbitohs spent large chunks of time down that end of the field. And probably should have come away with points. The Dolphins, though, they completely titsed up a try opportunity of their own. So they want some points here. And they'll feel like, they'll feel like it's almost like a double blow in that sense to the Rabbitohs. As Asako lines this one up 10 meters out right in front. A very simple shot here for Jermaine Asako. Pops it over 10 meters out right in front. There's your first points of the game. A penalty goal for Asako, and the Dolphins lead 2-0. Lazo, ahoy, mate. When the Dolphins did red, gold, and white, it was like they were trying to do a cross between the old Broncos meets the old Roosters. Yeah, I don't really understand the introduction of the gold. I guess it was just a way to try and separate it from the QRL competition Dolphins that still exist, of course. Monkey D Show. Let's go, Rabbits. It is the Rabbitohs who get us back underway. Cobbo takes the kickoff, and here's Flegler running it from the back fence. Plath goes out the back there for Lemuelu, who brings it outside the 20. Stay hunky. I've gone with the Dolphins in this game in a close one, a very, very close one, perhaps even golden point, as Katoa kicks on play 3, gets it in behind Jai Gray, shadows it across 10 metres out from his own line, bats it back in field, saves the 40-20, but puts himself under pressure. What a kick from Izzy Katoa. The Rabbitohs under the pump now. Namana 01. You need a Sarko and Bostock to score. Very nice as Campbell Graham brings it outside the 20 here for the Rabbitohs on play 4. A tough set, this one. Kalamatangi versus Kafusi. Kalamatangi fends away from him, and Herbie Farnworth brings him down 30 metres off that set. A kick from Ward from inside the 40. Will bounce up for Cobbo. And Corn on the Cobbo brings it outside the 20. Actually, it's the Hammer at the back. Cobbo was nowhere to be seen. Well, there he is now, racing into dummy half as Hammer almost played the ball to nobody. And what a turnover that would have been. Asako hit hard by Tallis Duncan and Sean Kepi in midfield. Plath now to Bostock, up over halfway. Looks to offload. It's off the hands of Walker. Is that 6 more tackles? It is a set restart for the Dolphins. Plath out of dummy half. Oh, no. No call from the referee. Yes, the call does come eventually. Set restart as that ball was touched by Cody Walker. Kafusi tackled 20 metres out in midfield. Here they come now, the Dolphins. Katoa back inside. Another set restart as Knowles is held in the tackle. They can't bring him to ground. 10 metres out. Plath goes right for Katoa. Hammer has it out the back. Bostock goes in and away on Latrell. Mitchell goes with him and drags him down just a couple of metres out over on that right edge. Hammer in at first receiver. Short ball for Flegler. And Tommy Flegler, he'll take the line on, no doubt. 3 tackles gone. Dolphins bring it left. Sarko. Nicarima with quick hands now for Cobbo. Cobbo with the corner open. Outpaces Ashton Ward. It was a simple wraparound play to create the overlap. Where was Edward Kosey on defense? Cobbo has the pace, and he gets there. Where was Edward Kosey? The Rabbitohs number 5, Jai Gray's lurking around the back. Kosey was about 15 metres in field. That's where he was. A simple wraparound play and quick hands. Nicarima to Farnworth. Kosey is 15 metres in field, marking up on Farnworth. And Cobbo with the pace and the power on Ashton Ward. There's your first try of the night. Selwyn Cobbo. Dolphins up 6-0, kick to come. Corn on the Cobbo, opening try. And Jermaine Asako from the sideline, you would back him in. An opening stanza that was dominated by the Rabbitohs. They couldn't get themselves across the line. They didn't take any reward out of it. And the Dolphins have just built into this game nicely. Sonic, Cobbo, first try scorer. Your tip rocking solid. What a start to this game. Jermaine Asako from the sideline. Favoured side for a right-footed kicker. He's taken it back to the 20-metre line. You'd back him in from here, surely. Starts it way out to the right. Curls it back around. It's right down the middle. Jermaine Asako converts. And the Dolphins lead 8 points to 0. The Dolphins survived the early onslaught. And they're controlling the flow of this game now. Plenty of time left, though, as Odd Poppet says. Plenty of time left. As the Bunnies get us back underway. And Flegler winds up. Takes on Ewan Aitken. Tackle just short of the 20. Lemuelu. A settler in midfield. Maybe today is the aquatic day for rugby. The Sharks, big winners in the opening game. Dolphins have got themselves on top in this one after a slow start. Pinafuiaki, 10 short of halfway. He's brought to ground on play 4. Plath goes from dummy half and goes the short ball. Knowles will play it on halfway. 5th and last. Katoa runs a few steps and then puts the high ball up. Pressure on Hartbay, and Bentley Hartbay does well to take it. He would have heard the footsteps. Bostock and Asako were flying down to try and put pressure on. A shift to Kalamatangi in midfield. The Rabbitohs, of course, not afraid to throw the ball around from anywhere. Ward into dummy half, and Campbell Graham with a good carry out of the red zone. Jai Gray. Another set restart here for the Rabbitohs. 20 minutes gone, 8 points to 0. Kalamatangi takes on Flegler in midfield. He's brought down just short of halfway. That's play 2. Kepi into the Dolphins half. Slow play the ball. Ward out the back from Walker as they shift left. Walker takes it to the line. Beats the first tackle, but he's tripped up. Gets up and goes again. Cody, 30 metres out over on that left edge. Mitchell into dummy half. Fires it in field for Duncan. Duncan will stand 20 metres out in midfield. 5th and last. Murray at first receiver onto Ward. They're going through the hands now. Gray with the grubber in behind the line. Battered dead by the hammer, who takes no chances. Goal line dropout here for the Dolphins. And that was better from the Rabbitohs. The set restart was the key. And they, the rain is, it's pelting down. Very heavy rainfall there at Suncorp Stadium. Asako. Terrible restart. He didn't go long, he didn't go short. It just sort of hung around the 30-metre line. An easy take for Bentley Hartbay to bring it back in field. And the Rabbitohs go again now, 20 metres out. A set restart. Right out in front of the post, 10 metres out. Ward wants it on the right. Walker passes out to nobody, but Jai Gray toes it through, and the hammer comes across and gets a boot to it as it sits up in the end goal awkwardly. Jai Gray nearly making chicken salad out of that one. It was a poor pass from Cody Walker. It just sat up on the deck. Gray toes it through and nearly made something out of it. I'll tell you what, if the pass went to hand, the Rabbitohs had a 2-man overlap out to the right. It would have been an easy try. The Dolphins, what do they do this time? The last restart was a dead-set shocker. This time, Asako belts the ever-living bollocks out of the thing. Fully commits to the long restart. Kalamatangi gets the bumpers up. 17 and a half left in this opening 40. Rabbitohs back on the attack. Kepi met hard in the tackle by Knowles. Brought to ground. 30 metres out. Another slow play. The ball from Kepi. Ward throws a forward pass to Kalamatangi. It was a mile forward. That might be the biggest forward pass I've ever seen from a halfback in the history of the sport. That was a dead-set shocker. How far forward has this gone? 72 metres, I say. Cody Walker frustrated. The Dolphins, what a let-off. That would have been the Rabbitohs' 3rd or 4th set of 6 in a row inside the Dolphins' red zone. Instead, it's a Finns scrum. Here's Cobbo. He's hit hard in the tackle. Odd Poppet says the Bunnies need to settle down and get their heads together as Farnworth now breaks the line. And Herbie's brought down just short of halfway. Well, he's not even brought down yet. He stands in the tackle of Murray and Kalamatangi. And into the Rabbitohs half. The Dolphins go now on play 3. Plath at first receiver for Katoa. The drop-off inside. Well, to Finafuiaki as well, Red, but we got a penalty to the Dolphins. Cameron Murray has just come in, third man in, and attacked the legs. Penalty to the Dolphins right out in front, but it's like 40 metres back. I don't think there's any threat of them taking the 2 here. Cameron Murray, on the eve of Origin selections, is on report. Osako finds touch 25 metres out. The Dolphins tap and go. Gilbert tries to spin out of the contact of Aitken. He's brought to ground 20 metres out right in front of the posts. Plath. The inside ball for Knowles. They're inside the 20. Knowles tries to get up and go again, but he was held. Go back to the mark and play it, you cheeky bugger, says the referee. Plath onto Gilbert again. 5 metres out. Plath at first receiver. Dummies and takes the line on. Maxi Plath beats one. Beats Jai Gray. And he dives under the posts. Max Plath. He's already one of the talks of the town for Origin selection. I think he has just guaranteed his spot in the squad with that run. Dolphins up 12-0. Kick to come from right under the posts. Maxi Plath in at first receiver said, I'll just do it myself, thanks. Sums up the targets in front of him. He caught Kalamatangi on the weak shoulder, gets inside Kepi, and bulldozes Jai Gray. Really poor defensive work there from the 2 big boppers up front. And poor Jai Gray was on a hiding to nothing out the back. 12-0, kick to come. Dolphins. Doing it well in the wet weather footy, and yeah, I think like honestly, we're seeing some of what we're seeing so far tonight is a result of just how bad atrociously bad the Sharks were last week. It may be papered over some things from the Rabbitohs that they could have worked on that the Dolphins are exposing tonight. Patrick Tangalel, go Dolphins, as Jermaine Osako from right in front was never missing this one. Conversion successful, and the Dolphins lead 14 points to 0. Halftime approaching. Mook, ahoy mate. Welcome along over there on TikTok. This is crazy. We've got Mook in the TikTok chat, and we've got Mookie in the YouTube chat. Rabbitohs with the restart. 13.5 to go until the break. Cobbo takes the kickoff and gives it to Gilbert, I believe it is there, who's taking it from the back fence. Lazar says would love to get a good view of some of the NRL cheerleaders in this wet weather. Careful, Lazar. Huge contact there on Finafuiaki. Cameron Murray and Latrell Mitchell trying to swing things here for the Rabbitohs. Get the momentum back on track. That's just huge, solid contact. 10 short of halfway now, the Dolphins on the 5th and last. 40 metres off that set. Katoa gets the kick away straight down the throat of Bentley Harpe. And he'll bring it outside the red zone, heading back into midfield. He runs straight into 3 Dolphins defenders, way too upright, and he gets driven back inside the 20. Oh, they're well on top at the moment here, the Finns. They are well on top. The Rabbitohs are under the pump big time. 12 minutes to play in this opening half. Murray at first receiver onto Walker as the Rabbitohs shift left. Duncan gets the arms free. Basketball over the top from Cody Walker to Bentley Harpe, who spills it, and Jermaine Asako dives on the loose ball. Bostock and 2 smoking barrels comes away with it now on 0 tackle. Manaya, 2, says Herbie needs to score 80 tries. I need it for NRL fantasy and to make up for that abysmal performance he had the other week too, right? Peter Okori, ahoy, mate. Love the Dolphins tonight. 15 metres out from the line now. The hammer plays it. Katoa in midfield for Knowles. Slow ball left for Nikorima. Goes short for Lemuelu. Easy target there for the Rabbitohs defence. 10 metres out to the left of the post. Plath will go on his own again. Maxi Plath. Taken down 10 metres out. Crossfield kick from Katoa now on the 5th and last, looking for Bostock. Bostock's been bumped off the ball. Penalty Dolphins. Escort there against Bostock. And now tensions boiling over. Frustration from the Rabbitohs. Push and shove in the end goal. The crossfield kick. Clearly an escort there against Latrell Mitchell, who switches his line and takes out Bostock in the kick chase. Don't think Bostock was going to get there, but that's not the point. Whether or not Bostock was going to make an attempt at the ball or not is irrelevant. You can't bump a player out of the kick chase. And it was a pretty simple ruling there for the official. Mook says, tricky game tomorrow, Tigers and Sea Eagles. Yeah, the Tigers are still missing some key players is the problem for them, I think. That's why I'm leaning towards Manly. The Tigers are just injury-riddled at the moment. And I think the Tigers season will get back on track when they've got their full team back on deck. For the moment, though, they're very hard to pick. So I will stick with the Sea Eagles for the time being, unless something changes overnight. As Tom Gilbert now, a metre out for the Dolphins. They fire it left. 6 again. Katoa switches direction. Comes back to the right side and into contact himself. Cameron Murray brings him down. Still 10 metres out here, the Dolphins. Hammer at first receiver. Turns it in for Bostock. Half a gap opened up. And it's shut down just as quickly for Bostock and 2 smoking barrels. Lemuelu for Katoa. Cut out pass left for Farnworth. Steps back inside Graham. And Stretch goes with him. Just a couple of metres out now, the Dolphins. Still 3 tackles left. Plath in midfield. Drops it off for Gilbert. Big tackle from Adam Elliott. 10 out right in front of the post. 2 tackles left. Cattell for Nikorima. They've got a 3-on-2. The double pump from Nikorima to Herbie Farnworth. And Farnworth slides over to score. Herbie, the love bug. Oh, he had a quiet night the other week, but he's on song here. There'll be a happy camper in the TikTok chat. Manaya too, I think it is, who's got Herbie in the fantasy. Herbie Farnworth scores the Dolphins' 3rd. Fantastic effort for him to keep that ball-carrying hand off the deck. He was tripped up as he broke the line and he was falling to ground. And so often you see the players go down and the elbow hits the turf. Herbie put the right arm out, managed to keep himself up off the deck and promotes the ball across the line. What a try. Fantastic work. Rectab 91 says bang, tick. I still don't have a single tick. Loaded up on a 5-legger and still not a single tick. Try is confirmed. It's 18 points to 0. The kick to come. And you would back Jayden Berrell in. I'll tell you what. Here's a fun question. If your life was on the line for whatever reason, and you had to ask an NRL goal kicker to kick the goal to save your life from out wide, one of the first people I'm going to is Jayden Berrell. 8 minutes to go until the halftime break. Gamer Mel says, come on, Mitchell, Asako, or Bentley Harpe. Here we go. About 7 in from touch. Favoured side for a right-footed kicker, Jayden Berrell. 3 from 3 tonight, 85% for the season. Izzy let me down. Starts it out to the right, curls it through. Right down the middle, Jayden Berrell. See? That's why I'm picking him to kick the goal to save my life. Right down the guts. 20 points to 0, the Dolphins lead. What a first half this is turning into. Mook, you need Bostock and 2 smoking barrels for 2 tries. I love how that nickname's just caught on too, by the way. Obviously, it's in reference to the movie Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels. And for some reason, when I heard Jack Bostock, that's what I immediately thought of, was that movie. And he has ever since that, he's been known as Bostock and 2 Smoking Barrels. Reed Nichols, ahoy, mate. Do I like Coke Zero? I don't like it. I mix it with my Captain Morgan's. But I don't like to drink it on its own. But yes, I like the zero sugar with my mixer as the Dolphins cough the ball up here. Rabbitohs back in possession. 7.5 minutes until the halftime break, and here is a huge opportunity that's just been handed to the Rabbitohs. 20 metres out from the line. And now they've coughed the ball up, the Rabbitohs. Penalty, though, for an illegal strip. 7 minutes left in the opening half. Nicholas says, Rabbits, don't let me down. Keep pushing harder. PNG. Just out of curiosity, I'm so curious. I know we've got a lot of followers from Papua New Guinea. We'll come back to that as Graham gets on the outside. Corn on the Cobbo, jams in and shuts it down a couple of meters out. Jai Gray into dummy half. A floater over to Walker in midfield. Murray. Now there's space out to the left. Ashton Ward fires it over the top, but it's loose on the deck. Latrell gets the arms free. It's loose in behind as well from Latrell. And the Rabbitohs have lost about 30 metres off the play. They've kept themselves in the field of play, but they've lost about 30 metres doing so. But importantly, they still have the ball, I suppose. 2 tackles left. Ward out the back for Gray as they come right. Nice short ball for Aitken, who's wrapped up by Herbie Farnworth. Fifth and last now, 15 out from the line. Murray in midfield. Space out to the left. Walker spots it, fires it over to Bentley Harpe. Jayden Berrell wrestles him to ground, and Bostock comes away with the ball for the Dolphins. Bostock held up just a metre inside the touchline. And the Rabbitohs, they're just frantic at the moment. They're too frantic. But anyways, what I was going to ask before was, I know we've got a lot of followers across the platforms from PNG. I'm just curious, a show of hands, PNG in the chat room, how many of you will become immediately supporters of the PNG Chiefs when they enter the competition? Because obviously you've all got teams that you support currently. Will you dismiss your current team and jump all in on the PNG Chiefs? As Katoa kicks from inside the 40. Gray traps it with the boot at the back. And Jai Gray, little mighty mouse, brings it outside the red zone, but he's picked up and driven back. Jeff McCaim says me. So there's one jumping on board. with the Chiefs. To be led by Jerome Luai as Campbell Graham knocks the ball on. 20 out from their own line, another turnover. A knock on in these wet and slippery conditions. The ball handling is tough. As soon as he connected with the ground there, the ball spills out. Scrum down for the Dolphins, 30 out from the line. Farnworth, off the back of the scrum, he slips, gets the offload up for Marshall King in midfield. Jeremy Marshall King, 15 metres out, stands in the tackle. Donohue's on the field as well. He turns it inside for Gilbert. And they've lost the ball, the Dolphins. Handling, very difficult. Cozy, angling back in field. Rabbitohs with 3.5 minutes until the break. I forgot to start my clock again. 3.5 minutes until the break as Graham beats the line. He gets up and goes again. Fires a loose pass in behind Cody Walker. And Tallis Duncan has to retreat and claim it inside the 20. Scrappy ball again from the Rabbitohs. Craig Howarth says, absolutely nothing will stop me being a supporter of the mighty South Sydney Rabbitohs. Even when we got kicked out, that made my support for them much stronger. There you go. Craig Howarth, a rusted on Rabbitohs fan as Walker, dummies left, turns it inside for Duncan, skips over the tackle of Finafuiaki, and he's brought to ground just inside the Dolphins half, fifth and last. Walker with the chip and chase, bounces kindly for the hammer. And the Dolphins have it on their own 20 as the rain's gotten even more intense. This 20-point lead suddenly turns into like 40 off the back of the intense rain. You know what I mean? If this rain keeps up, it'll be very hard to mount a comeback. The Dolphins might have just done enough already. 2 minutes until the break. Fifth and last, Katoa keeps it low and flat across the turf, angling it into touch inside the Rabbitohs 20. Just winding down the clock here. Katoa basically said, I've seen enough. We're on top. We're happy with the 20 points. Let's reset the defensive line, force them to throw the ball around and see what mistakes they come up with. Smart play. Smart play. 1.5 minutes to go until the break. Cozy, driven back in the tackle. Short side, Campbell Graham. Brings it out of the red zone. Geez, a slight look of emotion on Wayne Bennett's face. A slight look of concern as Gray now attacks the line. Gets Bentley Harpe in space. Ducks under the tackle of Bostock. Bostock collars him and drags him towards the sideline. Great cover defense there from Bostock and two smoking barrels. And the Dolphins survive going into halftime. Jacob says, oh no, hang on. Is it? Yes, it is Jacob. IQ Jacob. Please, bunnies, come back. I tipped yous. Wayne Bennett's off. Down to the sheds for the halftime chat. What does he say to fire the troops up? Mania 2 says Farnworth has 56 points. Is that, did you captain him, Mania, or is that just 56 straight points? What a first half it's been for Herbie. And here he is again, Farnworth in space. Fires it out to Cobbo. Cobbo with 20 metres to go. Fends away from the tackle. Grubbers inside for the Hammer. And Hammer knocks it on with the line wide open. He couldn't scoop it up off the deck. Cobbo put the kick back in field. Hammer couldn't scoop it up. That takes us to the halftime break. The Dolphins nearly had another one. The Hammer just couldn't handle it in these conditions. Cobbo should have just slid. He put the kick in. He should have just done the slide from about 10 metres out. He would have got across in these conditions, I reckon. Latrell Mitchell having words with the referee. And now he's having words with the opposition. Wow, what a first half from the Dolphins. 20 points to nil. They survived the early onslaught from the Rabbitohs. And they just grinded their way back into the game. And, yeah, a very, very dominant first half lead, especially with the conditions that they're playing in. King Maori says, up the waz. Oh, I'll tell you what. If the Warriors can beat the Broncos this weekend, I will. The Warriors are probably like. So the Sharks are my team. The Panthers would be my second team because that's my dad's team. So I like to see them do well. If there's such a thing as a third team, it's the Warriors. I'll tell you what, though, if they beat the Broncos this weekend, I will love them so much that they'll become my main team. Anyone who beats the Broncos immediately becomes my main team. Odd Poppet says, WTF was that in the first half? Wayne Bennett is going to skin some rabbits. I can't believe the first half. We could have broken them early on. And that's what it comes down to, really, at the end of it all. The Rabbitohs were on top in that opening sort of 7-8 minute period, which is not a lot of time, of course. But it's not a lot of time to pile on points, but we have seen that happen. They probably should have had some reward for their opening dominance. It just didn't happen. And the Dolphins were able to turn the game on its head. And then once the rain started getting heavier and heavier and heavier, like it is absolutely Armageddon now. You know what I mean? It is Armageddon now, the way that it's hammering down rain. It's going to be very, very hard to come back. Quagmire, you're at the game. How's the rain at the halftime break? Like, rain on television doesn't normally translate to just how intense it is. It looks pretty intense on the TV, so I can only imagine it's torrential downpour in actuality at the ground. Oh, you're under shelter, so you're all good. Nice. Odd Poppet, your first team, always Rabbitohs. Your second team, Bulldogs. Your third team, Dragons. So basically, Odd Poppet, 100% of your hopes for this season hinging on the Rabbitohs. Richard, ahoy, mate. Richard Kumbi. Not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Richard K. Anyway, Bunnies playing backwards first half. They really did. So many opportunities were created by the Rabbitohs, and they would force a pass, or it was just poor execution on a pass that should have gone to hand. It's gone in behind the player, or it's gone on the deck in front of the player. Passes going to ground, left, right, and center, and they've had to retreat and lose ground to scoop it up. Captain Redbeard's like stepped away, and it's 20 points to nil. So Captain Redbeard was here for the opening 10 minutes where it was intense. And then he stepped away, expecting a close game when he came back. Ollie is the best, says go the Broncos on Sunday. No love for the Waz. Anyways, halftime here. 20 points to nil. The Dolphins. They had their opportunities, the Rabbitohs. Execution's been letting them down, and with the conditions, the torrential downpour, if it stays persistent in the second half, it's going to be very hard for them to play catch-ups. So we'll see. I'm going to have a quick break here for halftime. I'll be back for the second half right after this. 0 ticks out of our 5. After going 3 out of 4 in the last game, and Kale Ero letting us down, 0 ticks out of this 5-legger. All right, back.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the 2 and then we're ready to go. Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Wasted World of Sports crew, halftime here, 20 points to 0. Who saw this coming, huh? The Dolphins piling it on in the opening half after surviving the early onslaught from the Bunnies. King Mowdy says, my first team is Warriors, second team is Panthers, third team Shark. I love it. Same as mine, just a different order. Until maybe Sunday. Sunday, as I said, if the Warriors beat the Broncos, they'll immediately become my number 1 club. Because let's face it, the Sharks were good tonight, but they're not winning the comp. Let's be completely honest. I am a very, very honest Sharky supporter. We're not winning a competition with that halves pairing. Sonic says Dolphins 11-20. Bunnies will be tossed around in the rain by the Finns. Water is the ultimate weapon for the Flippers. Okay. Sonic, you do understand that they're not really Dolphins. That's just the name of the team. I'm just mucking around, mate. Yes, they're definitely handling the conditions much, much better, aren't they? The Dolphins. The Rabbitohs, a lot of spilt ball, slippery conditions, but the Dolphins handling it much better. That drop ball from the hammer right on the stroke of half time, that would have been massive. I would have been willing to say, game over if Hammer scores that try. If they go in 26-0 at the break, that would have just been a dagger to the Bunnies. If Hammer could have scooped that ball up. Dangerous Dan. Your first team's Dolphins, and your second team is the Roosters. Ah, very nice, very nice. Two teams that are traveling along nicely. The Roosters obviously much better than the Dolphins at the moment. My pick at the start of the season actually was Panthers-Roosters grand final. And when the Roosters got off, they're very traditional slow starters, the Roosters. For whatever reason, they are traditionally slow starters, but they looked really slow. The Cherry Evans, Sam Walker combination, you started to think, have they done the right thing here? But as the season is growing, so too are the Roosters. I'm feeling a lot more confident about that pick of a Panthers-Roosters grand final. PWR Jackie. Oh no, PWR Jack. PWR Jack YT. Dolphins 13 plus. Dolphins 50 plus at this rate. Odd Poppets like, ban him. Ban the Roosters fans. Now, Odd Poppet. You know as well as anybody, people don't get banned around here anymore for the teams that they support. Since we did a little bit of a moderation crew cleanup. Obviously, you were just mucking around having a laugh. I'm perfectly well aware of that. Masters of the Universe, A new movie coming out. Live action He-Man. I was a big He-Man fan when I was a kid. I had all the action figures. Don't know that I'll be watching this movie, though. I don't really watch movies anymore. I only put movies on to fall asleep to these days. Oh boy, I can't believe there's 5-leg same-game multi. Not a single tick at the halftime break. We went into halftime in the last game with 2 ticks out of 4. And we ended up falling just 1 leg short. I wonder if there's a band called 1 Leg Short. Because I'm saying, if there is not already in existence a band called 1 Leg Short, that should be the name of the band for all the Waste of Water Sports music. The fictitious band for the Wasted Water Sports songs. 1 Leg Short. Dangerous Dan says, what if the Dolphins get in the top 8 this year? I don't even think that's a what if, Dangerous Dan. The way that the Dolphins are traveling at the moment, they will certainly be in the top 8. And if they play to their potential, they could definitely go deep into the finals. I don't think, honestly, they're a premiership threat. No disrespect to the Dolphins at all. Yeah, they could get themselves deep into the playoffs. Second half about to get underway. Referee blows the whistle. Dolphins with the kickoff. And it's a sort of shallow kick. Lands on the 10-meter line. Rabbitohs in possession. Running right to left here in the second half. 1 Leg Up is an Irish folk band. Can't find anything about 1 Leg Short, though. There you go. We might have just got our official fictitious Waste of Water Sports band name. Dangerous Dan, you need the hammer to get a score. Eshe Lad, you need Mitchell to score, and you win your bet. I need the Trell as well. I'll take anybody at this point. Little Bubsy, 87, says fins up. Fifth and last here for the Rabbitohs. Their first set in the second half. Ward puts the kick down, straight down the throat of Corn on the Cobbo over there on that left edge. And he runs it back to the 30-metre line. Azzy Joker, you need the Dolphins to win 11-20. Nice. 10 short of halfway here. Bostock will play it halfway through the set for the Dolphins. It's a good quick play. The ball in front foot. Ball. Farnworth hits the line at pace. Spins out of the first tackle. Still going Farnworth, but he's been held. Told to go back to the mark and play it just inside the Rabbitohs half. That was another good run and more fantasy points for Herbie Farnworth. Fifth and last, and a great set this one from the Dolphins. 47 metres gained. Katoa puts the kick up from 40 out. Contestable ball. Lost forward by the Rabbitohs. Asako can't scoop it up. Who got the first touch on it? First knock on Rabbitohs. Dolphins will get the ball. And they'll go on the attack. Cody Walker looks absolutely perplexed. Knocked on by Bentley Harpe. The Dolphins will go straight on the attack here. They've elected to have the scrum. 10 in from touch over on this right edge. So they are lined up out to the left. Let's see. Please tell me they're not going to go one out from the scrum here. They are lined up to the left. Katoa goes out the back. Now the hammer steps off the left boot. They went a little more than one out, so I can't complain. Benafuiaki in at first receiver. Turns it inside for Gilbert. 10 metres out from the line here. Plath waits for it in front of the post. Drops off for Ray Stone. Stone driven back in the tackle. The ball spills out the back. And now push and shove. There's some tension out there between these two teams. Forcing the mistake there on Stone. A loose carry. The ball spills free. And, yeah, the Dolphins, they don't even get a chance to get to the end of set here. Scrum down for the Rabbitohs. Really scrappy piece of play all around. Rabbitohs bring it outside the 20. 20 points to nil. The Dolphins lead. Rabbitohs, you would think. It looks like the rain has subsided, though, at least, so. Oh, breaking news. Cody Nikorima ruled out with a hamstring injury. Cody Nikorima will be taking no further part in this game as Murray goes out the back for Ward, and it's been read well by Donahue. Big hit on the Rabbitohs halfback. Slightly forward pass there from dummy half. No call from the referee. 10 short of halfway here on the fifth and last. Back for Ward to kick from inside the 40. And it's straight down the throat of Cobbo again. Cobbo brings it back infield. Bumps off the tackle of Walker. Corn on the Cobbo. Out to the 30. Asako goes in and away on Bentley Harpe, but he sticks with him. The Dolphins just short of the 40-metre line. Up quickly on Finafuiaki, but he beats the first tackle. Halfway through the set here, the Dolphins. Plath at first receiver for Katoa. Numbers left. Numbers to burn. Cobbo slips. And that's the only thing that prevented him down that left edge. He had a little slip. Plath back in midfield. He's taken down on the fifth and last. 30 metres out. Farnworth's up to 65 fantasy points. Katoa puts the high ball up. Gray's under it. Attacks the ball. Bobbles it. And he comes to ground with it on the second effort. 10 out from his own line. Great job there, little Mighty Mouse. Cody Nikorima ruled out with a hamstring injury, so that is why Plath is playing in the halves. Because we've got time off here. Bentley Harpe. Slow to get up to his feet there. Favouring one leg. But he seems like he's okay. Yes. So that's why Max Plath's been playing in the halves. Six minutes gone here in the second half. Rabbitohs need to fight their way back into this contest. But at the moment, they're trapped inside their own 20. Looking to push the pass and losing the ball. Edward Kosi, is it? A loose carry, and they've spilt the ball. Who was forcing that offload? 15. Lockie Hubner. I just saw the 5 and thought, not Edward Kosi again, surely. But it was Lockie Hubner taking the ball into the line. Looks to force the offload. It's a loose carry and he spills it. Dolphins go straight back on the attack. 25 metres out in midfield. Scrum down Dolphins. There's only 2 players out to the left. One of them's Herbie Farnworth, who spills it on play 1. Rabbitohs come away with it. So the rain may have subsided, but it's still slippery out there. Herbie Farnworth couldn't hold on to the ball. Set restart here for the Rabbitohs. Big mistake, that one. 7 minutes into the second half. That could have been a hammer blow. And could have quite literally been the hammer as well, had he scored. Jai Gray, the cutout pass, left from Mitchell, tries to fight his way through, but he's lost the ball in contact as well. Latrell Mitchell knocks it on. Big defense from the Dolphins on halfway. And they've forced another turnover. There's a captain's challenge incoming here. The Rabbitohs challenging the call of knock on. They're hoping for something here. The Rabbitohs, Bostock. Loose carry from Latrell Mitchell. It's a unsuccessful captain's challenge, and the Dolphins will get the ball back. No more challenges remaining for the Bunnies. Bentley Harpe's down again in back play, getting taped up. A tie OTP. Was Farnworth's try any good? It was pretty good, yeah. He did extremely well. He was falling to the ground, so there was threat of a double movement, but he was able to do almost a one-handed push-up and keep his ball-carrying elbow off the deck. It was really impressive from that respect. Penalty to the Dolphins. High contact there on Cobbo. And the Rabbitohs error is compounded here on the halfway line. And now some friendly fire. Campbell Graham has just gone face-to-face with Edward Kosi, I believe it was. Somebody will be off for a HIA. K1 Chefs, ahoy, mate. Today you back the Dolphins and Wigan to beat Leeds. How far are we into the English Super League season, just out of curiosity? I've only ever covered one Super League game. And it was the game that ended up 1-0. It was really exciting, actually. 5 meters out from the line here, the Dolphins. Katoa turns it inside for Finafuiaki. Driven back in the tackle. He's got the arms free, but he can't get the ball away. Looking for a quick play the ball here. Halfway through the set, Katoa goes right for the hammer. Bostock steps back in field, and Mitchell traps him. 5 meters out from the line, down this right edge. Hammer goes out the back for Katoa. Short ball for Plath. Bends the line, but he's brought down 5 meters out, fifth and last. Right in front of the post. Katoa goes left. There's space out here. Farnworth dummies. Goes through one. Tries to spin out of the second tackle of Graham. And he's brought to ground half a metre out. Great goal line defence. Chiefs, B1Q. You'd put down your current jersey and give full support to the Chiefs. Nice. Great to hear. Jay, I think that is. Jay wants to know, why are we not playing like how we smoked them last time? Flat pass from dummy half. And it's called forward. It's not flat. It's forward as all hell. And the Rabbitohs are self-destructing there. Scoreboard pressure. Trying to play catch-up. And it's forward from dummy half by Adam Elliott. That's really poor. That's really, really poor. Here come the Dolphins again. They've got to take advantage here. Jesus, I haven't started the clock since 7.5 minutes. This half is now like, 11 minutes old, and I'm still on 7.5 minutes. And now the Dolphins cough it up on play one. Rabbitohs come back away with it. Game ML, you like the new background? Yes, cheers, Game ML. Obviously, this is just a special edition for Magic Round. Cameron Murray leaves the field for a spell. The Rabbitohs are up on halfway. Pressure on Ward. It's a loose pass out the back that sits up for Graham. And he can't get away from Farnworth. But he's been dumped in the tackle. Dumped on his head. It'll be a penalty for a dangerous tackle. $20 points to 0. Rabbitohs finding touch. 35 metres out from the line. They march upfield. Can they get some points here? Ward. Infield there for Totola. This is the opportunity now for the Rabbitohs. If they want to fight back into this, still plenty of time. If they want to get anywhere near back into this contest, now's the time to strike. 20 metres out in midfield. 6 again. Ward out the back for Walker. Cut out pass right for Graham. And he's brought down by Donahue and Farnworth over on that right edge. Big open side to the left. Walker. Ward now. Beautiful ball to Latrell. He's brought down by the coattails. Offloads for Duncan. The ball's kept alive now for Kalamatangi back in midfield. Oh, Latrell nearly opened him up. 5 metres out. Totola goes short there for Hubner. And Hubner wrangled to ground. 2 metres out. Set restart. Late in the count. Ward for Gray. Graham's got a 2-on-1. Draws in Cobbo. Gives it to Kosi, who dives for the corner. He's over the sideline, but he's in the air. Try will be awarded for now, you would think. Adam G sends it up as no try. Adam G sends it up as no try. Edward Kosi doesn't look confident. He's a couple of metres out, and then he leaps to get himself over the sideline, and he's lost it. And plants it down on the end goal line. Has he got it? It doesn't touch a blade of grass. He's grounded the ball. As we saw the other week, you don't need to control the ball anymore. You can plant it down with your forearm. He's lost the ball, doesn't regain control, but he does plant it down. And it lands on the touch and goal line. No try. There we go. The bunker stays with the on-field decision of no try. $20 points to 0. It stays. 27.5 to go. It was so close. Jeez. That shouldn't have been a try anyway. I do not like the modern current interpretation of the try. Like, that ball has slipped free from his grasp. He's only got 2 fingers on the ball. 2 of his weakest fingers as well. Like, these are not gripping fingers. Your pinky. And your pinky's not for gripping. You know what I mean? So it shouldn't have been a try anyway, in my opinion, even though those are given these days. But he's put it down on the sideline. Now the Dolphins suddenly find themselves 25 metres out from the line. Donahue puts the chip in over the top, straight down the throat of Jai Gray. No questions asked. And little Mighty Mouse has it 10 out from his own line. 26 minutes to play. Yes, Sonic says not long and one's going to end up in the bin. And that will be the decider. There you go. 10 in the bin. Tensions have been flaring up. Oh, there's Cody Nikorima on the sideline with that hamstring injury. Huge contact here on Lockie Hubner. Driven back in the tackle by Ray Stone. Set restart, though, for the Rabbitohs. It was a good, solid hit, but gave away the 6 again. Murray. Oh, no, it's not Murray. He's off the field. That would be Aitken. Yeah, Ewan Aitken's the other one who's wrapped up around the head. Cody Walker in midfield. Spills it in contact, and the Dolphins come away with it. Bostock's got it back their own side of halfway here. Dolphins back in possession. More drop ball from the Rabbitohs as they try and play catch-up. Big carry from Finafuiaki. Takes it inside the Rabbitohs 40. Scurrying out of dummy half. Marshall King catches them napping. Offloads for the Hammer. Hammer from a standing start. Has his pants pulled down. We're seeing a lot of that tonight. Hey, hello. Katoa calls runners on the inside. It's Finafuiaki. 15 metres out. 25 minutes to play. This will be huge. Plath for Katoa. Grubbers in behind for Lemuelu, who's taken out. No, says the referee. He clears the contact. Kosi runs it over the dead ball line. It'll be a goal line dropouts. 24 minutes to play. Katoa went the grubber kick through, and, well, I'll tell you what, they're lucky to get away with that one, the Rabbitohs, because Lemuelu was pretty clearly taken out there, in my opinion. Goal line dropout anyways, though. They'll likely get the ball back here. The Dolphins, as Ward goes, well, he just hangs it up in no man's land, and it's an easy take for Bostock and 2 smoking barrels. Runs it back into midfield. 15 out now in front of the posts on play 1. Easy ball for the Dolphins in the end. Stone, just a couple of metres out. Marshall King fires it across for Lemuelu. Out on that left edge. Very close to the line now. Marshall King again for Plath in midfield. Katoa wants it on the right. Hammer drifting around. Gives it to Bostock. Bostock breaks through the tackle of Latrell Mitchell. And Bostock scores the try. That's probably the game. Bostock and 2 smoking barrels. It's also our first tick off the multi. The Dolphins fans are happy. The Storm fans are happy too for some reason. And the Hammer's letting them know about it. He's firing off verbal shots there at Cody Walker. Bostock gives our first tick off the multi, which has been very tough going. Latrell Mitchell misses the one-on-one tackle. And then Bostock gets through Bentley Harpe on the weak shoulder as well. 24 points to 0. The kick to come. Big performance, this one from the Dolphins. And to think I had this one as a potential golden point game. Wow, this might be the first time this season, I think, The first time this season that I might start around 2-2 from the tippy. Bostock with the try, 24-0 Dolphins. Jay on TikTok, what happened to our defense, boys? Mania 2 says it might just be over for the Rabbitohs this match. Stay Hunky says, oh boy, this is it. Jermaine Asako, 5 in from touch. You'd back him in, surely. He's been kicking so well tonight. So he'll probably miss this one now that I've talked him up. Asako bends it across the face of the post and it's waved away. His first miss of the evening. But the Dolphins lead 24 points to 0. And can you believe the question now becomes, are the Rabbitohs even going to get any points tonight? Surely they do. Surely they do. Alphonse Nicholas, ahoy mate, just 2 tries will get you back in the game. Back underway, 22 minutes to go. So there is still over a quarter of the game to go. The Dolphins. Lucas, you tipped the Rabbitohs to win 1-12. I tipped Dolphins in Golden Point. 10 short of halfway, building nicely again. Finafuiaki with big leg drive and post-contact meters up to halfway on play 4. They're doing it easy at the moment, the Dolphins. 40 meters out from the line, 5th and last. Katoa puts the high ball up. This will be contestable. Hammer flying through to put pressure on Gray. Hammer takes it. Flick pass out the back. Mitchell spills it into the end goal, or just in the field of play, and it's dived on by Bentley Harpe. Just a meter out from the line, and a penalty for offsides. Penalty to the Rabbitohs. But yeah, the kick, beautifully placed. The Hammer gets through and takes it. A flick pass out the back. No looker. And it almost paid off. Rabbitohs fine touch, 10 short of halfway. Latrell taps. And here they go again. 20 minutes to go. A quarter of the contest left. 24 points to 0. The Dolphins. We know that the Rabbitohs can pile points on if they get going. Is 20 minutes going to be enough time, though, to allow them to get going? Because they haven't done anything yet. 40 out from the line, halfway through the set. Ward at the back for Walker. Quick hands for Duncan on the left, who bobbles it. Holds on. Walker into dummy half. Scoots down the short side for Latrell. One-on-one with Finafuiaki. Fires it back in for Walker. Wasn't expecting it. Cody's done well to hold on to that. 5th and last, 15 meters out. Duncan across to Ward in midfield. Skews this kick off the side of the boot. Cobbo loses it backwards. And it's picked up by the Rabbitohs. Stretch has got it. 6 more tackles. Campbell Graham will play this a meter out from the line. A slow play the ball. Posey from dummy half as a set repeat here. 6 again. Ward, 15 meters out. Goes flat to Kepi. 10 meters out, right in front of the post. 4 tackles left. Murray on the crash ball. Well read by the Dolphins defense. You think they'll go out the back shortly. Here's Ward. Intercepted by Bostock. No, he spills it. And Latrell Mitchell picks it up. Double knock on, says the referee. First one by the Dolphins. Oh, Bostock would have been away for a double there. It'll be a scrum down for the Rabbitohs. 10 out from the line. It's funny, we were just talking about that. They've gone the short ball a couple of times. We were waiting for that ball out the back. So was Bostock, apparently. He nearly got away with it. Here we go. 10 up from the line. The scrum goes down. Gray has it on the right. Jai Gray can't get through the defence. Knee crumbler. Ahoy, mate. Waz to beat the Broncos on Sunday, 1,000-0. I hope so. Gray plays it. Kepi on the crash ball. A metre out from the line. Ward for Walker. Beautiful ball for Mitchell. Quick hands for Bentley Harpe. And they've finally created the space and polished it off. Brailey, Bentley Harpe out on that left edge. The Rabbitohs are on the board. It's normally Alex Johnston out there, but tonight it's Bentley Harpe. That lethal left edge. Tallis Duncan was the decoy. Duncan was the decoy, caused the defence to jam in and allowed Bentley Harpe that space on the left. Rabbitohs on the board. Bailey, Bentley Harpe to convert his own try from the sideline. He moves in. Starts it out to the right, and it stays out to the right. It's waved away. They needed all those conversions, the Rabbitohs. 24 points to 4. 17 minutes left. Jay says, I reckon if AJ was in, it would have been different. Latrell and AJ combo is too good. And LJ says, Rabbit's left side attack is the best in the comp. Dolphins with the restart. 16 minutes. Miracles do happen. Game ML says, my big bet's safe for this game. Finally, it was Bentley Harpe she was waiting on. Well, that's all right, Game ML. Only 742 legs left over the course of the weekend. Tallis Duncan tucks it under the arm, up to the 30-metre line. Halfway through the set, Murray at first receiver. They're shifting it out to the right now. Graham can't get on the outside of Farnworth. And he's brought to ground just short of halfway, a metre in from touch. 2 tackles left this set. Aitken takes it up over halfway. 5th and last. Penalty to the Rabbitohs. Here they come. Here they bloody come. Late in the count, a penalty. And Ward will put this into touch inside the 20. Well, he should have put it into touch inside the 20. He finds touch just outside. Pressure still on, though. Here they come. Kalamatangi. Just in case. Ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. Murray at first receiver. The show and go. 10 metres out in midfield. Gray at first receiver. Flat pass across the face is lost by the hammer. Jai Gray with a really, really poor pass. Hits the deck, but the hammer can't reel it in. He spills it. Rabbitohs will get the ball back. Four tries in 15 minutes. We know that's achievable. We know that's achievable. Will it happen? Probably not. Could it happen? Bloody absolutely. Scrum down the Rabbitohs. 15 metres out. Big open side to the right. Ward goes out the back for Walker. They've got a 2-on-1. Oh, but slipping in the turf there. Latrell Mitchell. And that brings the play to a halt. Latrell with the 2-on-1. He couldn't get on the outside because he slipped. His feet dug into the turf. Kepi now spins away from the first contact of Stone. 10 out from the line. Still here for the Rabbitohs. Ward, inside ball for Murray. Does well to hold on there, Cameron Murray. Garlic sends it right. Ward dummies, takes the line on, gets the arms free, pops it up, and the try is scored by Sean Kepi. Oh, has he got it to ground? Yes, says Adam G. The try's been awarded. Ashton Ward with a beautiful ball for Ewan Aitken, I think it was, sorry. Yeah, Ewan Aitken, the other guy who's got the head bandaged up. My bad. Ewan Aitken, not Sean Kepi. Ashton Ward sells the dummy to Kurt Donahue. Gets the arms free and pops it up for Ewan Aitken, standing right there unmarked. He has to fight for it, but he finally gets it to the ground. Try is confirmed. Ewan Aitken, I think it was. I'm still not certain of that. Yes, it was. There we go. Ewan Aitken. $24 points to 8. Bentley Harpe, 10 metres to the right of the post. He pushed the last one across the face of the post. I'm so sorry, Jay. This time he puts it down the middle. Bentley Harpe converts. And it's 24 points to 10 with 12 minutes to go. Plenty of time. I'm so sorry, Jay. You need Kepi to score. That's my bad. That is completely my bad. I called the wrong player's name. You probably got all excited and everything. $24 points to 10. How critical will that missed conversion from the sideline be? Dolphins get us back underway. Ward's under it. And he's got Kalamatangi running with him. 12 minutes to go. That missed conversion could end up being the difference. That one is Kepi. He offloads. Murray now goes straight up the middle of the second phase and brings it outside the 20. Gray at first receiver. Just shuffles it on left for Tallis Duncan. And Duncan maintains his feet, gets the quick play the ball away. Back into midfield. There's space out to the right, but the Dolphins jam in and shut it down. Big defense on Ward in midfield. 10 short of halfway. Garlic goes from dummy half. Surrenders in the tackle. Last player goes back for Ward from just outside the 40. Puts the kick down. Cobbo plants himself under it here on the 20. And the Dolphins back in possession. 11 minutes to go. That missed conversion could be the ultimate difference maker. How critical will it turn out to be? Big defense from the Rabbitohs in midfield. Katoa goes from dummy half. Put on his back for a slow play. The ball just short of the 40. DL, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Cheers, mate. As the hammer now spots some space up the middle. 40 out from the Rabbitohs line, fifth and last. Katoa puts the high ball up. Coming forward to attack it is Bentley Harpe, and he is swamped by Asako and Bostock. Latrell brings it out to the 20. 10 minutes to play, 24 points to 10. Gray has to reach above his head for that one. And now Ashton Ward dummies and goes straight through. Nobody to pass to as he's brought down from behind by Herbie Farnworth. Front foot ball, though, for the Rabbitohs. Kosi goes from dummy half. Murray, 10 short of halfway for Walker. Walker, dummies, fires the pass into the face of Bentley Harpe, and it goes forward and sits up for Asako. Knock on against the Dolphins, though. Adam G says, knock on Dolphin with 9.5 to go. They'll challenge it as Cody Walker pushes the pass. Dolphins captains challenge the call and knock on. Nine and a half minutes left to play. This is a big captain's challenge. 24-10. You just get the feeling that missed conversion. Should the Rabbitohs continue this fight back? There's, oh yes, Asako's knocked this on. There you go. It's off the hand of Asako into the face of Bentley Harpe. And I think you'll find this is an unsuccessful challenge. Challenge unsuccessful. A knock on against Jermaine Asako. Rabbitohs get the ball back. 9.5 minutes to play. Scrum down on halfway. Boy, oh boy. Both teams now with no challenges remaining. Scrum down. Jai Gray has it out on the right. Turns it inside. For Campbell Graham, and Stretch takes it up over halfway. Stands in the tackle. Garlic goes infield for Kepi. And it's definitely Kepi that time. 40 metres out from the line. Ward, short ball. Well read by the Dolphins defence. Cameron Murray swung to ground. Here's Walker. Hits the line at pace. Latrell backs into the defence. 20 metres out. 2 tackles left. Walker out the Mac for Kalamatangi. Has to settle it here in midfield. 10 metres out, 5th and last. They go left. Walker grubbers in behind the line. It deflects and the Hammers lost it backwards. Play on for the Dolphins. The Dolphins hang on. 24-10, 8.5 to go. Hammer goes into play dummy half. Here's Kafusi. Oh, the grubber kick, Walker. He got it through the line. Farnworth flicks it out the back for the Hammer. Hammer off second phase. 10 short of halfway. 2 tackles left. Katoa from inside the 40. Looking to swing momentum here. Gets it over the head of Gray. And little Mighty Mouse lets it go into the in-goal. And goes back down the short side. Gray almost scampers away from Maxi Plath. Rabbitohs slow to get back in behind this ball. Bentley Harpe brought down. Still inside the 20. Latrell's back for a run. Halfway through the set. It was a great kick from Katoa as Latrell leaves the field. He's hurt. Oh, this could be huge for State of Origin. Latrell Mitchell limps off the field. He's hobbled off the sideline. Massive for State of Origin. Down the short side on 5th and last. Ward puts the kick up. Hammer's under it inside the 20. And Hammer. Driven back into the red zone. We'll keep an eye on that. Latrell Mitchell hobbles off the field. He can't finish the game. Cobbo plays it. 25 out from their own line here, the Dolphins. Asako. Put on his back by Tallis Duncan. Bostock. Up to halfway. State of Origin teams getting named this weekend. And off the field goes Latrell. Numbers out to the left now for the Dolphins. Farnworth can't get the arms free. 5th and last. Katoa will put the kick up from halfway. Coming forward for it is Dufty. And it's a good kick chase from Lemuelu. Aitken up the middle. Jai Gray heads across field, looking for half a gap to open up. Nothing doing. Kalamatangi bumps off the tackle. But yes, Latrell Mitchell limping off the field. With State of Origin teams set to be announced. Kafusi takes Ashton Ward down, fifth and last, only 10 metres gained off that set. Cody Walker goes on a run now down the short side. Gray to Bentley Harpe, goes in and away on Asako, fires the pass back in field, and Katoa bats it out the back for the hammer, and the Dolphins back in possession. Not a they have to play catch up at the moment, don't they? 5 minutes to go. But yes, Latrell Mitchell hobbling off the field. That's huge, not just for any hint of a potential comeback in this game, which is all over now, but Latrell Mitchell hobbling off the field, big for State of Origin, with the teams about to be announced. Laurie Daly might just be putting a line through her name. 6 again here for the Dolphins, late in the count. Up over halfway. Good run here from, who was that? Knowles, I think it was. Katoa. Beautiful short ball for Finafuiaki, but he can't hold on. And the Rabbitohs come away with it. Damn it. So there we go. It's been a long while since I've started around 2 from 2 with my tips, to be honest. We've done all right tonight. Coming out on top. 2 from 2. 4 minutes to play. Dolphins have got this game well in control. Ward fires it over the top right for Graham, who slips. The turf is so chewed up. I mean, we see this all the time in Magic Round, don't we? The turf is all chewed up. It's going to take a lot of effort to fix it up overnight. Dufty, dummies. 10 into the Dolphins half. He goes. 2 tackles left. Ward over to Murray in midfield. Walker to Duncan. Tries to put the fend on Bostock. And with the help of Asako, he's held up 25 out. 5th and last, short side play, easily diffused there by Asako. Swings Cody Walker to ground, and that's a handover with 3 minutes to play. Dolphins back in possession. They have shut up shop. Completely shut up shop here, the Dolphins. They know the job is done. Straight up the middle goes Maxi Plath, Queensland representative. Maxi Plath, he will surely be named in Billy Slater's squad. Katoa with a late offload. Second phase ball here for Herbie. Farnworth in midfield. Gets the offload away back for Katoa. They can't seem to wrap the ball up at the moment, the Rabbitohs. This time they do. Kepi and Aitken put Katoa on his back, 40 metres out from the line. Plath for Donahue. Hammer steps back in field. Inside Graham and inside Ward. Hammer for the try line. Puts the afterburners on. And he's got too much pace for Dufty. And the hammer from a standing start out of nowhere breaks the line open. A tick off the multi at last. Well, that's the second tick. Hammer. Both Dolphins. Stepping back in field. Too much pace for Ashton Ward. Too much pace for Dufty. And he scores beside the posts. LJ says no for the Rabbits, but yes for my fantasy team. I'm assuming that LJ's got the hammer in at fullback in NRL fantasy. Cody, ahoy there, mate. Keep up the good work, mate. You do better than the KO and Channel 9 commentators. Oh, cheers, my friend. Very much appreciate that. That's what we're here for. An alternative option. Have I ever applied to be one? No. No, no, no. They couldn't handle me and I couldn't handle them. That's what I always say. It'd be a two-way street. We wouldn't get along. Me and actual proper TV production. Jermaine Asako from right beside the post pumps it over for a successful conversion. 30 points to 10, the Dolphins lead. It's been a big performance here. Do I think there'll be 48 points in this game? Very, very unlikely, Cody. Very unlikely. There might be a maximum of like 2 more sets of 6. If a try is scored by anybody, it'll just wind the clock down as the Rabbitohs go short with the restart. It goes the 10, but Corn on the Cobbo dives on it for the Dolphins. 10 short of halfway. Jai Gray's on the field still, but he's filling in the centres because Latrell Mitchell went off injured. So they shifted Jai Gray to the centres and they brought Dufty on at fullback when Latrell went off with that busted leg. 40 metres out from the line now, the Dolphins. Plath out the back for Katoa. And now the hammer down the right edge. They're targeting Jai Gray, but he makes a great tackle on Bostock. Bostock gets up and goes again, though, as it's not been held. Bostock chips and chases for himself. Gets the bounce, but doesn't get the second toe on the ball. Cody Walker dives on it. A tackle without the ball, though, and a penalty to the... Oh, Cody Walker threatens to throw the ball at Bostock. Cody Walker has completely blown his top. A penalty to the Dolphins. Bostock was tackled without the ball, and Cody Walker has completely lit the fuse. He threatened to throw the ball there at the face of Bostock. We know that Cody, God bless him, he's got a short temper, and it nearly just exploded. Penalty right out in front of Sarko, takes the 2. It's more points for the Dolphins. Well, I put it on as a conversion. It was a penalty goal. 32 points to 10. And that will wind down the clock. Do Flamingo, you need over 21.5 for the second half. And a penalty right out in front gets that extra 2 points. The Dolphins, 32-10, victorious over the Rabbitohs. And yeah, I come back to last week. I think, honestly, the Sharks were so poor. The Sharkies were so poor. And hang on, let's see, 21.5 in the second half you needed? Or just a margin? 21.5. Dolphins to win by 21.5, or specifically 21.5 points in the second half? 21.5 points in the second half. Okay. So it was 20 points to 0 at halftime. So that penalty goal makes it 22. Yeah, Dolphins were up 20-0 at halftime. That penalty goal made it 22 points. 12 for the Dolphins, 10 for the Rabbitohs, 22. That penalty goal on full time put it across the line. Oh, you, my friend, have got to be cheering. 21.5 second half points. Full-time siren sounds. Penalty to the Dolphins right out in front to make it 22 points scored in the second half. Holy hell. Oh, do Flamingo. I had to... Let me just make sure. I will feel like an absolute a-hole if I've just given you false hope, but I'm pretty sure it was 20-0 at the halftime break. Yeah, 20-0 at halftime to the Dolphins. So that's 12 points to them in the second half, 10 for the Rabbitohs. That makes it 22 points. That's over 21.5. I've already given enough people false hope tonight, so I would have felt terrible if I got the maths wrong. Bloke says it equals the Dolphins' biggest win over the Rabbitohs. There you go. Caden Murphy, you just won 500 Oh, nice. Dizzy, you had over 40.5, and that 2 points got you over the line as well. Nice. So that final penalty, got a few people across the line, it seems. I was nowhere near my... Kaolero let me down in the Sharks game, and everybody let me down in this game. Cameron Murray looks like he's been through a war. Look at him. Bandaged up. The bandage is hanging off. He's got scratches all over him. Grass stuck to him all over the place. Rectab, 91. Bang. What a night. Oh, Cody, Mitchell let you down. He was your last leg. Speaking of Latrell Mitchell and legs, he seems all right at the moment. There he is. He's walking around on field. We saw Latrell Mitchell hobble off the field there late in the second half. Jai Gray moved to the centres to fill in, and they brought Dufty in at fullback. Inconsequential, really, to this game, apart from Cody's SGM. But State of Origin. State of Origin, of course, is where any potential injury to Latrell Mitchell becomes huge. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Odd Poppet says it's only a game. You're here for the drinks and the bants and to love the game. And that is such a positive outlook. You know, some people take the game way too seriously, don't they, Odd Poppet? And yeah, it is only a game at the end of the day, and it's something that we can't control. I always say to people, there's no point getting upset and everything over things that are out of your control. And a bunch of blokes running around on a field throwing a footy around is well out of your own control. So, yes, it's a very positive outlook. It's all a good lot of fun at the end of the day. And it should be taken as such. It certainly shouldn't dictate. I used to be that way, by the way. This is the reason I'm saying this. The reason I'm saying this is I used to let sports... I'll tell you what, if the All Blacks lost a test to the Wallabies, I would be upset for a fortnight. I wouldn't talk to anybody. I'm serious. I would be devastated at an All Blacks test loss. I wouldn't speak to people for like a fortnight. So this is why I feel like I'm in a good position to let everybody know we shouldn't take it that seriously. I've calmed down a bit as I got older, though, of course. Sid says Casey McLean in for Latrell come Origin. Yeah, I think Casey McLean's probably right on the very brink. And I think if there is an injury to Latrell, then yeah, obviously he slides straight in. But might not need to worry about it. I can see in the post-game Latrell is walking around. Doesn't mean that he's fully fit, of course, just because he's walking around. But he is walking around freely in the post-game. We see him there out on the field, so should be all good. Should be all good. Probably took him off as a bit of a precaution. Probably, in all honesty, he himself might have known Origin's just around the corner. And as much as he loves the Rabbitohs and he puts his heart and body and soul on the line for the Rabbitohs, that might have been in the back of everybody's mind. Just look, precaution, get him off the field with the big game around the corner. I don't know. Yes, it is full-time. 136. It is full-time. Waste to Water Sports. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok, each and every weekend. NRL, rugby union. We cover it. We just love footy. We love both codes. There shouldn't be a fight between codes. This is what I'm trying to bring. There should not be cross-code rivalry. They're both different. They both have their positives. They both have their negatives. I enjoy them both, and I will continue to cover both rugby league and union here on the channel. Even some cricket every now and then, should the situation arise. And, yeah, Magic Round, off to a great start. 32 points to 10, the Dolphins victorious here. Caden Murphy says, can you try to do Super League? Yes, I was having that conversation earlier, actually. I've done one Super League game, and it was the game between, I think it was Wigan. I can't remember who else was involved. I'm fairly certain it was Wigan, and it ended up 1-0. I had a really good time. It's just time zone obviously is difficult. But yeah, I'm certainly not opposed. I reckon that if the presence across all the platforms continues to grow, and I ultimately end up like doing this full time, I reckon Super League would be the first thing that I bring into the fold for extra content. But the time zones and my workload with other things does make it difficult for the time being. Anyways, Waste of Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. We'll be doing all Magic Rounds. So we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow's games are, if I bring that up, I can tell you exactly what they are. Starting at 3 p.m. local time, Tigers versus Manly. And then Roosters versus the Cowboys. And Eels versus the Storm. A triple header tomorrow. Magic Round continues. Thank you so much for your company on this one. I appreciate it as always. I am holding in a pee so badly. So I got to go. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll catch you tomorrow. Cheers. Oh, wrong one.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa! And tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world couch and drink some beer.